Good day, everyone, and welcome to our two-day Nordic conference, Gender-Based Hate, Threat, and Harassment on the Internet. We are coming to you live from Helsinki, Finland. My name is Jani Toivola, and I have the great privilege of serving as your host for the coming 2 days. And I have to say that the subject of the conference is also very near and dear to my own heart. I used to serve as an MP in Finland for 8 years, and I was also the first Black member of the Finnish Parliament. And nowadays I work in entertainment and media as a public figure. The conference is arranged in conjunction with the Finland's presidency of the Nordic Council of Ministers this year. And we are happy to see that we have attracted audience not only from the neighboring Nordic and Baltic countries, but from all over the world. So one more time, warm welcome to all of you wherever you are in the world. I'm looking forward to these 2 days of publicly interesting conversation. So let's enjoy and be together. We have a broad range of amazing experts discussing the important topic of the conference. A few of the speakers today are joining me live here in the studio, and many of the speakers and panelists we will meet online. Before we go to the actual program, I still have few practicalities to share with you. In the chat window, you can find links to both the conference program and speaker presentations. So if you want to go back to some information of speakers, you can find everything in the chat room. And also you can find the full 2-day program so you can see wherever we are in the actual program. You are also mostly welcome to join in the conversation in the chat room. That's the whole point of coming together, to have this vibrant conversation for the coming 2 days. And please also share your questions. I will try to do my best to have some of those questions be also part of our conversation here in the studio. And also a reminder to our speakers that if you have time, you are also welcome to join the conversation after your presentation. And all the times in the program, in the schedule, are Finnish time, so keep that in mind, EET Helsinki time. And the conference will be recorded and published later on the homepage of the Ministry of Social Affairs and Health. That's all of the practicalities for now, and it's time to start our amazing program. Now I have a great honor to welcome on the stage to give his opening speech for the conference, Mr. Thomas Blomqvist, Minister for Nordic Cooperation and Equality in Finland, and the Chair of the Nordic Council of Ministers for Gender Equality and LGBTI in 2021. Welcome, Mr. Thomas Blomqvist.
Thank you, dear friends. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the Nordic Conference on Gender-Based Hate, Threat and Harassment on the Internet, hosted by Finland, holding the presidency of the Nordic Council of Ministers this year. First, I want to thank you all for giving your time, your expertise, and strive for change to promoting gender equality and safe environments, both online and offline. The Nordic countries have definitely come far, but we still can and must do better. Online hate, threat and harassment form one of the most serious threats to gender equality in the Nordic region. This conference will especially focus on hate, threat and harassment against women. The reason for this is the fact that women, especially women using their voices visibly online, experience online hate and harassment the most. Gender-based violence is defined as harmful acts directed at an individual or a group of individuals based on their gender. The phenomenon is rooted in gender inequality, the abuse of power and harmful norms. According to a heartbreaking estimate, 1 in 3 women will experience sexual or physical violence in their lifetime. That being said, we need to acknowledge that online gender-based violence is not a new phenomenon, but a serious consequence of old problems, unequal power structures and norms. The special challenge with the internet is that not only useful information, but also hate and threats spread fast through it. This is a phenomenon that all the Nordic countries are struggling with. Women are even more at risk of discrimination, harassment and violence when gender discrimination is combined with ethnic or racial discrimination, and in case of women with disabilities or LGBT plus women. Throughout all our actions, we have to address this multiple discrimination and to make sure that all women can live their lives free from violence and the fear of violence. We have to intervene early. We should educate early childhood educators to be less gender stereotypical in their daily interactions with and verbal exchanges with the children. Instead of complimenting the boys on being tough or assertive, a more gender-neutral approach should be considered. These small day-to-day interactions are a part of a bigger picture, forming the way children see themselves and others in terms of gender, what is expected of each gender, and what each gender is and is not capable of. Children will grow up with more equal expectations as to what they and others can and cannot do and can and cannot achieve in life. The authors of the Nordic report Angry Internet see it as evident when observing in male-dominated online communities that men more easily identify with aggressive emotions and strategies than weak and emotional ones. Young people, and especially young men, should be encouraged to become participants and upstanders against foul language in the public democratic debate online. It is very important that men commit to fighting against hate and harassment online. The Finnish government is very committed to combat hate speech and online harassment. We are, for example, working to develop cross-administrative measures to address these phenomena. We are, for instance, looking into how hate crimes are handled in criminal proceedings, as well as how to use artificial intelligence in monitoring hate speech. I think targeting online hate speech and harassment against women and girls requires multiple gender equality measures across sectors and administrations. Our government program contains a record number of measures specifically dealing with gender equality, which can also help decrease online violence and harassment. I'm very much looking forward to this conference, new and practical ideas on how we can move forward and make the online spaces safe for all women. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas Blomqvist, and thank you for raising up many important topics, especially the role of young boys and men and this sort of whole mentality and idea of gender when we talk about gender-based violence, especially against women. Let's move to our next segment, gender-based online hate and harassment as a security threat. And our first keynote, description of the phenomenon in the Nordic context. Liisa Kaati, Deputy Research Director, Swedish Defence Research Agency. Liisa Kaati holds a PhD in computer science from Uppsala University, and since 2008, she has been working as a researcher at the Swedish Defence Research Agency, where she leads the interdisciplinary data science group. Kati's research focuses on analyzing digital phenomena and groups. Her recent research deals with hate speech in the digital space, threat assessment of written communication, and violent extremism in digital environments. Please welcome on stage Liisa Kati.
So, hi everyone. Yes, I will try to give you some insights to gender-based online hate. So, here. One of the difficulties with studying hate, especially for researchers, is that there are really no clear definition of what is considered to be hate or not. We often use the term hate speech, but the term is quite vague and broad, and there are many different definitions among scholars, but also among people who are subject to hate speech. While most of the definitions of hate speech share some common elements, there have been a lot of alternative terminology that have been introduced that either broaden or narrow the definition. Examples of such terminology are abusive language, toxic language, and dangerous speech. So another reason why it's so difficult to study hate is that we all perceive hate very differently. What one individual may consider to be hateful may not be considered hateful at all by someone else. We also have very different opinions on what is considered to be normal internet communication. Some of us tolerate any kinds of hate, while some of us think that it's something that has to do with the job. Other things that makes it difficult to study hate is that it looks very different depending on the platforms we study, if we look at it in an online setting. And it also depends on the level of moderation on different platforms. Another issue that makes it difficult is that hate can, of course, be expressed in any different languages that we have. And it could also be expressed using different tactics, such as, for example, dog whistling. And these are all reasons why it's so difficult to study online hate, because generating algorithms that can automatically detect hate is very difficult, and especially on small languages such as Finnish and Swedish and Norwegian. Yes, so just gonna change my slide here. In an online setting, we can only study hate as a behavior, since we do not know anything really about the reason or the intention of the one who writes hateful comments. But there have been several studies that have been focusing on studying hate online. In February this year, a report was released by the NATO Stratcom, and this report studied online hate directed towards politicians in Finland on Twitter. So the report concluded that half of the members of the Finnish parliament were subject to hate speech online, but the Finnish ministers received more hate than the male politicians, and the hate was also sexist, using sexist and misogynic language. Something that was also interesting, I think, is that they found that on Twitter there was some user that seemed to focus only on harassing the government. They didn't have much other kind of activity than harassing the government. We also did a study in 2018, the Swedish Defence Research Agency, and we studied a very small number of local politicians and how people spoke about those politicians in Swedish social media platforms. So the study revealed that 1 out of 5 comments about those local politicians, so these were not politicians from the like famous politicians from the government. 1 out of 5 comments were hateful. And we also noticed that the female politicians received somewhat more hateful comments, not much more, but a little bit more than the males. And the comments that were directed towards the females were also more harsh and abusive than the comments that were directed towards the males. Apart from these studies, there have been several studies that's focusing on interviewing, for example, politicians and journalists by asking them to what extent they know that they have been subjected to hateful comments on social media platforms, but also through emails, for example. So these kind of studies, they are very different, but they complement each other in a way. So I think it's very useful to study online hate from these two perspectives. One where we only look at what's available on the internet, but the other one to actually ask people how they perceive hateful comments and how much they know about it. So today I'm going to talk about the study that we have done at the Swedish Defence Research Agency that are based on Sweden's largest discussion forum. And in this study, we wanted to know more about online hate, of course, but we wanted to see whether it was different depending on what kind of profession the individuals had, and also whether it was a difference between the different genders. So the professions that we considered in this study they were all depending on digital media in some way for their living. So the groups that we studied were politicians, journalists, influencers, comedians, and musicians. And our study is based on 440 individuals from these groups that were mentioned on this discussion forum that we used to get our data from. And one thing that we could see quite quickly was that 47% of all the individuals that we studied were subject to hateful comments. We also saw that the woman got a little bit more hateful comments than the men, 55% hateful comments. So if we look at we were not only interested in understanding how much hate that were directed towards those groups, we also wanted to know what kind of hate, what was the characteristics of the hate. So what we did was that we categorized the hate into a number of different categories. So the first one was origin and ethnicity, which included insulting comments about someone's ethnicity, culture, nationality, religion, or skin color. The other one was sexual harassment, which was insults based on the victim's sexual relations or preferences, sexual allusions related to the victim's appearance or behavior, or it could also be fantasies about what you wanted to do with the victim. The other category was LGBTQ, which was insulting comments about someone's alleged sexual orientation or gender identity. Another one was performance, and here I would like to be very clear that I think it's important that we have the opportunity to criticize politicians, for example's performance, but these comments were not like criticism or constructive criticism at all. It was just insulting comments about someone's career choice or how they performed in their professions. The other one was opinion and ideology, which was insulting comments about someone's presumed opinion or ideology. Another category was appearance, which is insulting comments about someone's appearance. We also had a category about threats, which could be direct or indirect expressions or intentions or fantasies to harm someone. And the final category, which was also the largest one, was harassment, which is any kind of comments such as nasty rumors or insults or like hateful comments that could not be placed in any of the other categories. So here we have the results. So the results are based on the whole group. So we have both different professions, males and females in this group. And the largest category was harassment. 47% of the comments were like general harassments or rumors, nasty rumors about the individuals. The second largest category was sexual harassments. The third largest category was performance, which was 14%. And then you can see the other categories, how much comments were sorted into those categories. And threats was just a really small portion of the comments. Only 2% were actual threats or fantasies about harming someone. So these results, I think, are quite interesting because it shows us something that we might already knew about hate from just being active on social media. But we also wanted to see whether these kind of comments differ depending on the gender of the victim. So here we see the differences. So the most striking difference is that females get almost 3 times more hateful comments about their appearance and also sexual harassment comments. The biggest difference when it comes to what males receive more comments about is that they get hate directed towards their performance, and they also receive more threats than females, and they also score higher on the more general harassment score. So these differences is of course also depending on the groups that we have studied. So to give you some insight on how it differed among the different groups. So here again we have combined males and females. We can see that, for example, influencers are subject to more sexual harassments than any other group. And musicians are subject to hateful comments about their appearance more than any other group. So there is a big difference between the different groups that we have studied. And today I'm going to zoom in on 2 professions. I'm going to pick 2 from this group, politicians and journalists, because these 2 professions are such fundamental in a democracy. And I would like to show you some very interesting differences in the character of the hate. So if we start with the politicians, we see a pattern that I think we all have heard before. Female politicians receive more than 3 times hateful comments about their ethnicity, their appearance, and also sexual harassments. Male politicians, on the other hand, receive much more hate, more than 6 times than women when it's about their performance. They also receive much more threats than any females get. So this profile is quite interesting because if we look on the journalists instead, we can see that there is a big difference here. Similar to the politicians, female journalists are subject to sexual harassment to a much greater extent than their male colleagues. And males are also subject to more threats, which is also similar to the journalists. But here we also see a lot of differences. For example, female journalists are subject to more hateful comments about their performance and insulting comments about their alleged sexual orientation or gender identity than their male colleagues. This is completely opposite to what we saw when we looked at the politicians. So I think these results are very interesting, but we also have to assure that we have this study is done on 1 platform, and it's only 440 individuals that are included. So I think we need to investigate this kind of like the characteristics of the hate further to know more about whether we can generalize the results from this investigation. So what needs to be done is that we have to make sure that we repeat the same kind of investigation on different platforms to see if we can see the same pattern. And perhaps it should be very interesting to also look at different languages and see if we can see the same pattern in all the Nordic countries, for example. So another thing that we noticed not in this study, but in another study that we did, was that there were very few users in the digital environments that we have analyzed in other studies that produced a lot of hateful comments. So in one study that we did about journalists, we noticed that 10 users were responsible for around between 20 and 30% of the hateful comments about journalists. And this was true for many different platforms. And this, I think, is a quite interesting finding, because it seems to be in line with also the study that Stratcom did about Finnish politicians, that it seems to be some individuals that are very focused on producing hateful messages. So in this study, we wanted to know more about the individuals that are, we can call them haters. So who are they? Can we learn something from them just by looking at what they write? So this study was done on a very small set of users. It was conducted on 34 individuals that all wrote hateful comments about journalists. So we extracted those 34 users that wrote hateful comments about journalists, and then we read through a lot of their texts, trying to figure out more information about who they were. So what we could find was that 71% were males, and 3% were females, and 26% didn't reveal any information that we could interpret their gender on. When it comes to age, we noticed that the biggest group were people around 40 to 59 years old, 38% in this group. 6% were between 60 and 79 years old, 18% between 20 and 39 years old, and again 38% didn't reveal any information about their age, so we couldn't determine their age. We were also interested in finding out what kind of interests those individuals have. So since this study was done on a large discussion board where you have many sub-boards, we could also track what other topics these individuals were writing about. And we could compare them also to a normal population consisting of the whole forum. So what we found was that the 4 topics that were all these individuals were most interested in was writing about immigration and integration. They were interested in media and journalism, which is perhaps not such a strange thing, because these were all people that expressed hate towards journalists. They were also interested in politics and domestic politics. And they were also interested in celebrities and gossip about celebrities. Another interesting finding that we did was that when we looked at what time and what day these individuals were writing their post, we noticed that compared to the normal population of this forum, it seemed to be the case that the people who write hateful posts about journalists write more posts on Friday and Saturday than the normal population. And we also looked at during what time of the day those posts were made. And what we saw was that these individuals all had a preference for writing posts late Friday night and also very early on Saturday morning. Which could also be said that it's on Friday night, late Friday night, very late Friday night. So now I have tried to give you some insights into what we have learned about gender-based hate and also the people who hate in Sweden. As we all know, online hate and threats have, of course, a consequence for our society. We know already that women are subject to somewhat more online hate than males. But the most alarming part is that the hate that is directed towards women are much more insulting comments about their appearance or even sexual harassment that could be very, very nasty. So the character of the hate depends, of course, on what profession you have. We see that very clearly in our investigations. Online hate is, of course, a threat towards democracy because two important professions like journalists and politicians are specifically targeted by this online hate. And if being a politician or journalist means that you have to accept this kind of online hate and hateful comments, I think that much fewer people will choose these professions since it's simply not worth it. Since the hate, as we have seen, affect certain groups in the society to a greater extent, for example, we could see in the case of politicians that they received a lot of hate that was targeted their ethnicity. And if this kind of hate will always follow you, these groups will probably start to avoid the public debate, and we will allow their voices to be silent. So this was it for me, and I will now just provide you with my email address. And if you have any questions or want to know more about the study that I talked about, you can send me an email and I will give you some more information about it. So thank you.
Thank you, Lisa, for this eye-opening presentation and concrete facts and results and sort of giving us an overall picture of the phenomenon, especially in Nordics, and what's behind it, the individuals and groups. And also I found the comparison between journalists and politicians very interesting. And if I understood correctly, Lisa will also still stay online. We have few comment speeches, and after that, if we have time, we might take still a few questions if there's something you want to now specifically ask from our commentators or from Lisa. And like I already mentioned, we have now invited two commentators for our keynote. And our first commentator is Tarja Minkkinen. She is the head of development in the Ministry of Interior in Finland. She has led the drafting of National Action Plan for the Countering of Violent Radicalization and Extremism in 2012, 16, and 19, and acts as a national coordinator for PVE. Please welcome in the studio Tarja Minkkinen.
Thank you very much, and my name is Tarja Minkkinen.
Oh, sorry. My apologies.
Yes. So, I would like to say a few words about the situation in Finland. But first, I would like to thank Lisa for a very excellent presentation. And I have to say that the situation in Finland quite the same as in Sweden. So, this kind of hate speech in internet, it's a Nordic, European, and global problem and challenge. And it's a cross-border phenomenon. But the challenge is that the measures are based on national actions and legislations. So this gives more space and possibilities to those who spread hate online, because part of this online hate is cross-border. Not all, but a lot of it is cross-border. And the narratives that are spread in internet, they are global narratives. Companies are international, organized hate is international, and links to the racist, anti-Semitic, and violent extremist groups are international. So we need also actions on international level, and especially on European level. What we know about hate speech based on the Finnish research and experiences. First, the impact of hate speech on public decision-making. This kind of research was made a couple of years ago by the researchers in Jyväskylä University. And here you see what kind of material was collected. There was interviews, database discussions from Twitter, and also surveys sent to the Finnish councils and the parliament. And the results are quite similar to Sweden. So 1/3 of the municipal decision makers have been targeted. The motivations are impulsive behavior, but also hate speech is used to increase political pressure. And much commonly, hate speech is targeted to women and members of minority communities. And as Lisa said, this is a threat to the democracy because already according to this research, 28% of those who have been targeted, their motivation to participate decision-making have been decreased. And it has also reduced trust in strangers. And if the hate speech is targeted especially to women and members of minority communities, it will mean that in the future there are less people from this background making the decisions that are important to all of us. Networks of hate research is ongoing at the moment, and it's commissioned by the Ministry of the Interior. And the objective of this research is to get more information. Who are those who are producing hate speech, who are spreading it, and what kind of links there are between these two groups. And we are especially interested about the amount of organized hate speech. As it was shown by the previous speaker, the amount of hate speech seems to be quite high during the night between Friday to Saturday, but I think that it's not so simple. So not all hate speech is done after taking too much beer or something like that. So then the next, I would like to tell a little bit about the study, how hate speech was found by using artificial intelligence. This was done by the Ministry of the Justice, and it's very new. It was published only a couple of months ago. And the material was 12 million messages in the internet during 2 months' time, from September to the end of October 2020. And according to this research, amount of hate messages was 1.8% of all messages. And the most common platform in Finland was Ylilauta. It's a national platform. And the second was Twitter, which is international, as we all know. And the most common topics of hate speech were quite similar compared to Sweden. So personal qualities, racist or hate speech based on ethnicity, and hate speech targeted against certain professionals, including politicians. So the next, I would like to say something about online targeting and shaming. It's quite similar to hate speech, but there is also some differences. And we, Ministry of the Interior, set a task force a year ago, and the report was published in February this year. And it seems that there's a lot of similarities, especially with hate speech campaigns, organized hate speech campaigns. But the difference is that the goal of online targeting and shaming is to influence people's or society's structures and institutions, and in particular, trust in them. So even though the goal is one person, and in some cases his or her family, the final goal is to increase the trust people have to the society and institutions. And as you can see, it makes this a very harmful activity, and it might influence to our society in a very, very nasty way. The most important measure to tackle this kind of speech, according to this research, is to the role of the employer, including also the NGOs and freelancers. And the employer should support those people who are targeted by this kind of activity. And that the main message should be that the person who is targeted is not alone, but he or she has whole organization behind her. Then online hate and violent extremist movements. The activities of this kind of movements has increased during the past 10 years in Finland, and also much longer in other parts of Europe. And so the hate speech that, for example, violent right-wing extremist movements use, they use hate speech in very same way as and same purposes as terrorist propaganda is used. And almost all violent extremist movements promote very conservative role models. Women are seen as mothers, housewives, and their main task is to breed new generation. And home is the best place for women, and they need to be protected by men. And multiculturalism and other current trends in the society do not make it possible for the men and women to live according to their natural and traditional roles. And they are very much against modern gender equality and feminism. And as you see, these are very, very common narratives, and we can see them also mainstreaming in media, not only in social media, but also in other forms of media. And I can also mention incel movement, and it has overlapping with violent right-wing extremist movements and ideologies. And incel movement is based on the hate against women. And conclusions. I would like to point out that hate speech is very much against basic Nordic values, especially equality between different individuals and population groups and equal opportunities. And it's a challenge to whole society, not only those who are targeted by it, even though it has a big effect to the security and feeling of safety of those who are directly targeted by hate speech. And the most valuable asset in Nordic societies is trust. We have trusted to other people, to the institutions, and to the authorities. It's much more common in Nordic countries compared to, for example, other European countries. And the spreading hate speech decreases this trust, and it's also the objective of hate speech. And as I said before, it's a cross-border phenomenon. And it would be very important that we would have tools to tackle cross-border organized hate speech. And the initiative of the EU Commission to include hate crime to the list of Eurocrimes is very important from this point of view. Cooperation with companies and social media platforms is essential on national level and international level. And this has been done during several years, but it's that kind of work that should be continued. And the role of the regulation is also important. For example, how we manage to implement the Digital Service Act is also important from the point of view to tackle hate speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Tarja Mankkinen, and one more time, apologies for the misspelling of your name. And thank you for this very eye-opening commentator speech. I think one thing that I was left with especially is cooperation maybe on every level, inside the country, but also cross-border cooperation. And now we will go to our second commentator, Thordis Elva from Iceland. As a writer, speaker, and advocate of gender equality, Thordis Elva is no stranger to online abuse, having been on the receiving end of it for years due to her work, beliefs, and identity. She is the founder and chair of the Nordic Digital Rights and Equality Foundation that aims to strengthen democracy and gender equality by furthering digital rights and raising awareness about the consequences of online abuse, not only for the individuals who are subjected to it, but for the Nordic region as a whole. Please welcome Thordis Elva.
Thank you, Yanni. And congratulations, organizers, on this fantastic initiative. I'm so happy to be here with you today. And I would like to start by thanking Lisa and Tarja for their excellent presentations on how the problem of gendered online abuse manifests itself and threatens security in the Nordic region. For the past 15 years, I've often been a target for those who are opposed to the progression of gender equality. I am an author, speaker, and outspoken feminist activist. I've worked within the media as well as NGOs, and I now chair Nordref, an international organization that works to highlight the problem of online abuse, amongst other things. To summarize, I tend to rub a certain demographic of men on the internet in just the right wrong way. This leads to them regularly sending me various lifestyle advice, and I'll now show you a few examples. Most of them seem to believe that I need more quiet time. And honestly, as a mother of 3-year-old twins, I really, really do, but that's another story. Many of them urge me to practice my culinary skills, and I must say that I've grown quite worried about men's collective skills in the sandwich making department because their cries for help are so very common. And you must be quite desperate when you're total strangers on the internet for help. So yeah, I'm worried. Now, my parents have also received some advice, albeit decades too late. But these men do not seem as interested in receiving advice as they are generous in giving it. For example, this man who sent me, "Sug my cock." Now, I had to look up what sug was, and it turned out to be a small bird, a sparrow. I responded to him that I totally understood his insecurities, but not to worry because lots of men have small sparrows, and comparing them to hens or cocks is simply not helpful. Now, being able to respond humorously to these messages is a way for me to dismantle the power they're supposed to hold over me. And to tell you the truth, what makes the majority of them easy to dismiss is that they are, after all, not personal. Yes, they may be addressed to me personally, but at the end of the day, what makes these messages impersonal is that any woman who would have said the same things as me or acted in the way I do would have gotten the same treatment. It's not about my persona. It's about my disruption of the system that my ideological opponents are so eager to preserve. Their behavior isn't unmotivated. In fact, very few human behaviors are. Whether we're aware of it or not, as individuals, we're always moving within and interacting with structures that we either play an active role in maintaining or not, often depending on whether or not we belong to the group that actively benefits from the status quo. Even if we do belong to a group that is directly harmed by the status quo, our social conditioning may still lead us to partake in upholding of a system that actively oppresses us. For example, women and members of the LGBTQIA community are not immune to misogynistic or homophobic messages in our culture, which we risk internalizing either consciously or unconsciously. It is a fact that human beings are herd animals in the sense that we have an innate tendency to conform to and rely on the group to which we belong. And thank heavens, really, because humanity would have died out a long time ago had we not figured out a way to cooperate. Our delicate, hairless sex of flesh and dull teeth would probably not have gotten us very far on our own. Now, over time, the structures we've built serve to organize our herd that we call society, and the rules that we make up for it that we call civilization, and the trends in ideology and consumption that we call culture. In the world today, it's clear that men are the dominant group in terms of power and influence, as you can see on this slide, which is a direct result of laws and traditions that made it impossible for women to have full citizenship and civil liberties until very recently in human history. Even in my home country of Iceland, the leader of the World Economic Forum's Gender Equality Index for 11 consecutive years, ladies and gentlemen, and the gender pay gap still amounts to women working the entire month of December for free. 1 in 3 women globally are physically or sexually assaulted by a man at some point in their life, and the online abuse of women and girls that the UN has dubbed the shadow pandemic is simply a continuation of the discrimination, harassment, and abuse they are subject to in the offline world. It's just more of the same. In short, the power is and has been tipped in the favor of men for all of recorded human history, and much suggests that the progression of gender equality has hit the glass ceiling or even taken a backlash in recent years. Despite decades of conscious effort worth billions of euros, the aforementioned percentages haven't changed a whole lot in my lifetime. Why is that? The answer lies in our culture, namely in the ideas and attitudes that shape our beliefs and maintain these lopsided societal structures. Last year, the United Nations Development Program released an index that showed that 9 out of 10 people on Earth are biased against women, which is a backlash from previous years. Half of the global population believe men to be better political leaders than women. A third of the population believe that a man should have the right to beat his wife, and younger men are even less committed to gender equality than their elders. Now, if we bring that back to me and the men online who so desperately want me to make them a sandwich, their abuse of people like me can be viewed as an example of herd mentality in the dominant group, the so-called in-group. Now, this can lead to groupthink, where symptoms include overestimation of the in-group who ignores the consequences of their actions. We have boys will be boys here. Stereotyping and othering of their opponents, which in this case are women, the LGBTQIA community, and non-conforming men as weak, evil, stupid, or impotent. There's this pressure to conform, man up, if you will. And lastly, we have mind guards, who are the self-appointed members who shield the group from dissenting information and critique. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Those are my bullies. The mostly men who feel the need to defend their herd by violently lashing out at anyone who questions anything about it. And the internet is just a new venue for that. Now, the UNDP index showed that nearly 50% of men across the world think men should have more right to a job than women. Now, this type of inflated view of the in-group is a symptom of so-called collective narcissism, which all groups, regardless of whether it's a football club or an entire nation, run the risk of developing. This inflated sense of worth may also explain why men are much more interested in the written words of other men, overwhelmingly favoring male authors over female ones. This is also true of the spoken word, where with 3 studies conducted over a course of 40 years showing that men are responsible for interrupting women at a much higher rate than they interrupt men. Not even the women who fought their way to the top of the ladder are exempted from being interrupted, neither Supreme Court justices nor vice president candidates. On the internet, women are silenced using other methods, such as harassment, threats, doxing, image-based sexual abuse, or even biased algorithms and artificial intelligence that censor their bodies and voices. History is littered with examples of how retaliation and policing of the others, as seen in extreme nationalism and ethnocentrism, can culminate in genocide, such as that of the Jews in World War II. Now, if you think it's dramatic to mention the Holocaust in a speech about gender-based abuse, bear in mind that an estimated 200 million girls and women are missing from today's world due to femicide as a direct result of their gender. The focus of this speech today was gender-based online harassment from the individual's perspective. It's important to understand that the individual does not exist in a vacuum, but within a system that we all have a role in either upholding or dismantling. That is exactly why I founded NORDREF, the Nordic Digital Rights and Equality Foundation, along with a group of other Nordic experts late last year, 2 of whom you'll be hearing from in this very conference. This October 5th, we invite you to our Nordic Talk, where we will explore sexual privacy in a digital world, where sex can be used as a weapon, a nude photo in the wrong hands can ruin a life forever, and harassment in the form of unwanted dick pics is the norm. In this work, it's important to remember that there is nothing inevitable about violence, neither online nor offline. It is the direct result of ideas that no human being is born with. Notions of superiority within certain groups that we're taught to believe and socialized to uphold. And that's also where our solution lies, because if we can learn inequality, we can also unlearn and uproot it. More importantly, we can refrain from teaching it to future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Thurdis Elva, for your honest, raw, personal, informative, and broad perspectives and angles to gender-based hate and violence online. Very eye-opening comment speech as well. So thank you for that, and thank you for sharing also your personal experiences. I think we might have a few minutes to take some questions. I have few that I picked up from here. They are currently maybe more directed to Lisa, but also our other commentators. Of course, you can sort of pitch in if you feel like there's something you want to add. First question is, each person defines what he/she feels as an insult on her personality, not a critic on what she's doing professionally. Is it so? This is more maybe looking for maybe to add something to that thought. Is there something, Lisa, that comes to your mind? Do you want me to read the question again?
Yeah, please again.
Each person defines what he/she feels as an insult on her personality, not a critic on what she's doing professionally. Is it so?
Is it so? Yeah, I think, I mean, in our studies, we are the judges of what should be considered hateful and not. So the researchers that I work with, we have quite clear definitions, and in some cases we don't include comments that I think if I got them personally, I would be offended and feel that is very mean to say about me. But we have to be quite strict with what is considered to be hate and not hate. And there is, of course, the gray zone of just being like mean or having like, just general meanness is that's like the hugest part of hate, I would say. But we try to be very, since we have to have some kind of control over what is considered hate or not, we have to be quite strict with our definitions.
Great, thank you. And Tarja wanted to add something to this.
Yes, I would like to add that we have international definition to hate speech. So it's not that kind of very broad phenomenon that nobody can say what is hate speech or what is not hate speech. And I think that this situation is quite similar to the situation some years ago when we started to discuss about sexual harassment. I think that it was quite often said at that time that, it's a very individual thing. So for some, this is sexual harassment and to others not. So we cannot in a way define that what is sexual harassment. And at the moment, sexual harassment is in the legislation. It's not that kind of phenomenon that it's only a person who thinks that is it sexual harassment or not. And I think hate speech is in the same situation at the moment. So we have to make it more clear that it's not that kind of, very unclear thing than it is said quite often.
Thank you. Lisa, a quick comment.
Yeah, quick comment. So, hate speech is quite clearly defined because then it has to be hate directed to you because of your protected because of you're part of a group. But in our case, we consider other kinds of hate as well, like spreading evil rumors about you or talking about what you would like to do with someone's body or these kind of things. And just an example that we saw in the previous speech, like make me a sandwich, is that considered to be hateful or not? I guess I would be offended if someone asked me, an unknown person on the internet, asking me to give them a sandwich because I understand what they mean. But it still wouldn't go under something that we call hate speech because it's just a sandwich.
Great, thank you. Trudis, I'll give you the last word to you this time before we go for our first break. Is there something you want to add to sort of this definition of hate speech and who's defining those different moments and encounters, or have you been part of the conversation?
Yeah, I guess I would like to just underline the importance of context. As Lisa said, the word sandwich isn't hateful in itself, but in the context of me being a woman and getting it as an order from a man sort of builds into this stereotypical notion of women belonging to the kitchen. Also, the word monkey in itself is not racist, but if it's applied in a situation where someone is Black and it's applied by a white person, it can very, very definitely be an example of racist hate speech. So I would just like to remind everyone listening that context is absolutely a key element in interpreting what is hateful and what isn't.
Wonderful. Thank you, Lisa Kaati, Tarja Mankkinen, and Trudis Elva. And now it's time to go for a little break. Before that, I want to remind you that we, of course, have hashtags on our event. They are Norden 2021, and the other one is hashtag No Hate Norden. So please use the hashtag as well so we can follow the conversation and get it going, hopefully globally. But thank you for this segment, and I will see you in 15 minutes, so 11:15 Finnish time. Thank you. Hope you had a nice break and welcome back. Or if you are just now joining us live, welcome to the conference as well. Before we move into the program, quick reminder of our hashtags, Norden 2021, and the other hashtag was No to Hate Norden. So please share those hashtags so we can follow the conversation and get it going in the Nordics and also globally. We had a wonderful first segment, and now it's time to move to the second segment, which is our first panel discussion, gender-based online hate, threat, and harassment as a threat to democracy. Online gender-based hate and harassment seems to focus especially on politicians and journalists and other active participants in the public debate. Women belonging to different minorities are exposed to even higher levels of online hate. Also, young people spending a lot of time online are at high risk. Experiences of hate, threat, and harassment on the internet have serious consequences for both individuals and the society, and affects people's willingness also to participate in public debate and political decision-making. For example, in Finland, before the upcoming municipal election, almost every party has pointed out that the growing hostile atmosphere on the internet has reduced people's willingness to become a candidate in the election. And I think that's very, very alarming. Now I will introduce our panelists, and then we will get the conversation going. First, joining me live here in the studio, we have Eva Biaudet. She has a long and broad experience as a member of parliament in Finland and a human rights activist. Between her terms as a member of parliament, she served in Vienna as the OSCE Special Representative and Coordinator for combating trafficking of human beings. Well done. After her time in Vienna, she continued to work on human rights issues as the ombudsperson for minorities and later non-discrimination ombudsman. Currently, she chairs the biggest women's rights organization advocating women's rights in Finland. Welcome.
Thank you.
And also joining from the studio, Timo Huovinen, Head of Journalistic Standards and Ethics, Finnish broadcasting company YLE. Timo Huovinen has worked as a journalist for the Finnish broadcasting company in various positions since the early 90s. He holds university degrees in law and audiovisual journalism. Also, welcome. And then joining us online, we have Josefin Jakobsson. She's a senior communications officer at the Swedish Gender Equality Agency. She is a former journalist, and her field of expertise is media and gender. Josephine is the co-editor of the Swedish reports of the Global Media Monitoring Project 2015 and 2020. At the conference, she will present the results of the Swedish Gender Equality Agency's research compilation on online hate speech and its effects on democracy in a Swedish context. Welcome. And then we have Anine Kerluf. She is a constitutional lawyer specializing in free speech and human rights law. She has worked as a lawyer, judge, and advisor to the Council of Europe and currently holds the position of Associate Professor at the Department of Public and International Law at the University of Oslo and is a special advisor to the Norwegian human rights institutions. Welcome as well, and thank you for joining our discussion. That was all the introductions, and now we can get the conversation going. First, I have a few questions that are kind of directed to everybody, so we can all take turns. Please also comment on each other's responses, get a lively conversation going, and then I have some targeted questions for all of you. But the first question is, what kind of consequences do online gender-based hate and harassment have for democracy from the perspective of your own working field? And what will the consequences be if we can't stop online hate and harassment spreading? Eva, do you want to start?
Well, thank you. I think the consequences, if we cannot stop it, are devastating for democracy. And I think the question is well put because it's not only a question about personal experiences and victimhood, which it also is, of course. But it's also something that is addressed against the democracy as we see it, this open society, inclusive society where people would have a low threshold on participation and feeling a part of society, influencing even, if you are not a professional politician, for instance. And we already see we have municipal elections coming this Sunday. And we have already seen that when we have been trying to ask people to run as candidates, in particular young people, in particular young women, actually feel that they want to withdraw. They don't want to be in this space where they are actually attacked or addressed in this way. I think it's not only the haters who are, I think, not innocent. They are actually, I think, very systematic and very goal-oriented. Of course, all who participate are not the minds behind. Many of them are not so mindful, but behind the action, I think there is a plan, and I think this is really, really devastating against us. I lost my thread now, which I was going to say, but I think this is important to see that we need to fight it back together. We cannot leave it to the individuals to respond.
You mentioned also already in your comment that it's been harder to get people to become candidates, and you have a long experience in politics and also about elections. Do you feel that it's coming up, this issue, now more than before, or how do you see this sort of arc?
Well, I think at least it's difficult, of course, because I started as a young person, a young adult. So, of course, I have been treated differently during the years. And I think we today talk about these toxic young women, that they seem to be particularly targeted in sexual harassment and, really in sexual threats, verbal sexual violence, which I somehow start to get less of. Today I'm being targeted. They say that I'm, about appearance, or I look ugly, I'm stupid or mental or whatever. But it's about my personality. It's not about my views, even if it's in particular. But I think that the case that we have so much more media and we receive so much more of these messages is, of course, overwhelming today in a different way than before. But I remember that it did happen already back then. The thing that I forgot to say is I think that one of the bad consequences is that it's not only more the haters and the abusers. They have somehow normalized more abusive language, more insulting language, so that we can even see that in Parliament, the way of speaking to each other, you know that very well, Jani, is insulting and it's somehow ugly. And you actually, sometimes I feel I just don't want to be participating. And I think this is really worrying that it's so infectious, that we actually really are, that it spreads in a way that we are not so aware that this kind of discussion actually is an way of excluding people, not including people.
Right. So it kind of gives also permission when on this very important
I think
platform.
so. The social norms change. What is allowed? What is not? What should you endure when you have gone that path? When you are a politician or a journalist, when you have chosen, you should take anything. And I think this is really worrying. And I think in the Finnish parliament, we even have people who have been convicted for hate crimes. I mean, this is, I have to meet a person who have years ago talked about that I should be raped or in a wishful thinking manner. And that's kind of strange. I have to be okay with that in a way. And I think that's very disturbing.
Definitely, and I'm sorry to hear that. Let's move on to Timo. Some thoughts that you want to share from your perspective about gender-based online hate and democracy.
If we think about journalism, journalism is the watchdog of everything. I think quality journalism, but it should be inside the democracy. We are used to have negative feedback, and that's part of the journalism. That if you do quality journalism, you do it in a critical way, and you will get a critical feedback. But when the feedback changes hate speech, then it's not acceptable. And we have our own tricks to resist that. And because every time somebody is speaking hate speech, he or she try to silence. But they are not going to do that against journalists. And that can, of course, that we have to minimize the effects of the hate speech, and that can cause a self-censorship, and you cannot get inside the people's head. But we try to do in our job and inside our, for instance, I'm working for the Finnish Broadcasting Company, which is a big company, and we have a privilege. We are privileged persons to have our law department and security department they are involved in these kind of cases. I can tell it a little bit more later, but they are not going to silence us.
Thank you. Very quick comment to Eva, and then we will move on to Josephine.
And I absolutely want to hear also. But when you say this, this is what I thought about myself, that it will not silence me, but somehow I feel it affects me. And what I feel has affected media and journalism is actually this idea of false balance. That having this idea that you need to listen to all the voices means that you somehow include also haters. And then sort of, a human rights person or fighting for gender equality, you have to sit in the studio and discuss with a hater as if that would be the other point of view. And I think this has changed and it has affected media.
Thank you. Then we will move on to Josephine. Also your comments on gender-based online hate and connection to democracy from your perspective.
I would say that research showed that online hate speech can lead to self-censorship and silence. It's also polarizing. It creates a lower acceptance of opposing views. And there is also research on the connection between online hate speech and hate crimes. And digital violence is also part of men's violence against women and intimate partner violence. So it can be used as a way to control and abuse a woman, for example, and in that way limiting her space of action. So online hate is definitely a threat to the freedom of expression and opinion, and thus to our democracy.
If you were listening to the conversation we were having in the studio, is it something that also resonates with Sweden in terms of the public conversation, or can you kind of recognize the same elements?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's an international phenomenon.
Great, thank you. And then Anine, the same question.
Yeah, no, as for consequences, I agree very much with what has been said, and also with what Josephine just said at the end there, because this is a threat also to freedom of expression and the way that our public spheres work. And obviously the fence line from the haters, to sort of group them like this at this point, is that there's free speech. So obviously they're allowed to say whatever they want, which is not true because there's certain legal limits, but a lot of what constitutes uncomfortable, racist or hateful remarks does not come above the threshold of the criminal sanctioned laws, but they're very uncomfortable and very destructive still. And I've been working on the consequences for free speech of this kind of speech, because if you look to the reasons why we protect free speech, the personal autonomy that you can develop yourself into being a responsible human being through trying out your ideas on other people and taking theirs to you. The search for truth. We're fallible people. We need to try out our ideas and get them falsified or verified or whatever. And functioning democracy. All of these reasons presuppose a free market of ideas, which is the more diverse it is, the richer that market is. And hate speech, harassment is really just leading to more of those voices withdrawing from different public spheres, thus making that rich conversation, that rich market, a lot poorer for all of us. So this really affects all of us.
Great points, thank you. Is there something you want to comment now on what was said, or should I move on to the... Yes, please, Eva.
Well, I think that what can be, look, as a summary, I think it's that we need to be aware that this is against the Nordic way, the values, the Nordic way of thinking about in an inclusive society. So it is really like addressed against society, against our democratic system. But we are somehow used as tools. And I think the earlier, when I heard the presentation by Tarja Mankkinen, for instance, she talked about this targeting and shaming against also institutions. And also there, this kind of harassment is used, against judges, female judges mostly, which of course is scary, because then it is against the basic sort of rule of law structures in our society. In Finland also we have these institutions like enhancing gender equality, like a government advisory boards, and suddenly these people are sort of these anti-gender equality people are targeting these institutions and working against what they should be doing. So they are in a way mobilizing many. It's not only the social media, but it somehow affects society in a quite sort of broad way.
And that's a very important point, that it's part of the structures, but also that there's a lot of individuals working in those structures who are kind of more behind the scenes.
Exactly.
Like it's not public people in the same way as politicians, but very core people in the whole chain of the society.
Yeah,
and
they
it's
can
functioning.
make sort of claims against civil servants and people who are not used to, sort of, you said, like we are used to take criticism.
Timo, I wanted to ask more about journalists. This sort of goes more into the basic journalist level, but it's quite obvious that also journalists are targeted. There's a lot of hate targeted to journalists. And how is this handled inside Yle, YLE? And how does it affect journalists' work?
Yeah, there is a lot of hate speech also. If I think about our security section in YLE, they get something like 500 reports a year inside the company about the hate speech, and it's increasing that level. But like I said, we have our own system how we control and try to minimize the effects. And one thing is the awareness of that it happens nowadays. It's part of the business, and talk to each others. That's one point of what we are doing here right now, talking about this phenomenon. But then of course, I'm not going to tell you everything because it helps to hate speechers to do their own tricks. But like I said, you can do your own job as professional way as possible, and we are doing it. And I have to mention also that it's not only the permanent employees in YLE, it's also the freelancers who work for the YLE. They are under our umbrella. But then as journalists, we have a fund which helps freelancer journalists who are faced the hate speech. So in Finland, it's a problem, but we have done already quite much about it.
Yeah, it's good that you mentioned also freelance journalists.
Yeah.
It's something that I've heard many times, especially maybe then people who don't work with YLE,
Yeah.
but are just part of the field, and people are concretely saying no to writing an article when it's a sensitive subject and they feel that they're going to be individually targeted because you can, for example, see their name on the paper. And at the same time, it's their livelihood, it's their living and their profession. So that's quite alarming as well.
The same go actually also with researchers. And I think Josefin Jakobsen said one thing that I just wanted to come back to, because you talked about violence against women and this kind of, this sexual, when the gender comes into this issue. And I think it was really interesting because also Tarja Mankkinen talked about the Stratcom, or I think it was, but earlier you talked about the Stratcom investigation that, about the hate speech against the female ministers in the Finnish government at the moment. I think what was really, to me, actually, it was not a surprise that it happens, but actually, and the whole Me Too movement has revealed how shameful all this is. And I think in sexual violence, be it verbal, and of course, the worst case, physical, there is this heavy element of shame that you actually feel. You feel dirty and ugly, and you actually don't want to raise it because you somehow feel part of it in a different way. And I think this gender part makes a bit of difference. And we could see also in the Nordic investigation or in the research that the sexual harassment part was targeted against women. And I think the effects are so big there because this is the part where we have somehow it goes, it touches the integrity of our bodies once again.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Josefin, you were nodding your head when we were talking about researchers and also their ability to do their own work and how it can affect. Would you like to share some thoughts on that and maybe a little bit open more about the agency's research compilation and its effects in Swedish democracy? Please.
We did this research summary last fall on online hate speech aimed at journalists mostly and elected representatives. It was part of our follow-up of the Swedish gender equality policy goal of gender equal distribution of power and influence. And it showed that a report from the Swedish National Council for Crime Prevention showed that 30% of elected representatives at local, regional and national level were victims of hate and harassment during the election year of 2018 in Sweden. And every fourth elected representative in Sweden is affected and silenced due to hate and threats. And a fifth is considering leaving their commissions of trust due to hate and harassment. And as has been said earlier, younger women are leaving political missions to a larger extent than men, according to a survey made by Uppsala Universitet and the Swedish Parliament. So in other words, online hate speech is endangering future recruitment into politics. And Timo talked about hate speech against journalists. And according to a survey from the University of Gothenburg, almost 70% of Swedish journalists have been victims of violating comments. And 4 out of 10 journalists who are exposed also get affected in terms of issues and angles of their reporting. And a fifth of journalists is also considering leaving the profession, which means that the freedom of expression and the freedom of media are also threatened. And when it comes to gender, it's also been said earlier this morning that online hate speech aimed at women and girls are much more sexualized and personal than hate speech aimed at men and boys. Men and boys tend to get criticized for lack of competence, while women and girls are objectified and exposed to comments about their looks and their bodies. And apart from sexism, online hate speech contains a lot of racism and intersecting identities, like being a Muslim woman, for example, or an LGBTQI person. Then you're exposed to a much bigger risk online than if you're a cis person, according to an official report from the Swedish government. So everything connects, and some topics like immigration, integration, gender equality, climate change, for example, also tend to spark online hate speech, according to research from the University of Gothenburg. And finally, I can mention that the same as Lisa mentioned this morning, that research showed that a majority of the haters are middle-aged men.
Great, thank you for sharing the points of your research. Maybe a follow-up question still, that do you have information on how Sweden is planning to maybe use the research compilation in order to promote democracy in the future? Has there been like a dialogue and sort of thinking about steps forward?
I don't have information on how they will use this particular research compilation, but there are lots of different work going on. The Swedish Defense Research Agency just got commissioned to analyze online hate speech towards women, with support from us, from the Swedish Gender Equality Agency. And we also have very many projects on men's violence against women and intimate partner violence. Among others, we give information on sexual harassments, both online and offline. And we're also supporting the Global Media Monitoring Project of 2020, which studies the underrepresentation of women in the news and why women don't want to take part in the public debate. And this fall, we will also initiate panel discussions on online hate speech aimed at female journalists, together with the Swedish Media Institute for you. So that's some examples of what's going on.
Thank you for sharing. Anine, I wanted to ask you, you have long experience in working in these issues from a legal point of view. How do you see the role of legislation in preventing online hate and harassment, if we think about the sort of the current situation and the challenges, and then sort of moving forward from here?
Well, I think it's very important that there are some legal limits, and it's also important that those legal limits are in fact enforced, which they often have not been. There's been an ongoing strategy from our government since 2016 to focus more on hateful or hate speech in general, which is sort of an unprecise term. We use it here I guess, sort of deliberately unprecisely, because as sort of a group term, it thematizes a problem that is there, even though a lot of the speech that we're talking about is not illegal. I guess if we think about sort of uncomfortable or speech or harassment on a scale from 1 to 10, you'd probably have like the top 7 or 8 and up speech being criminalized or prohibited in some way. So that's the only sort of part that's really for the police to take care of. With the rest of that speech, that can be really uncomfortable too, and have a lot of the same kind of consequences in terms of silencing people and making them not want to go into politics. It's really speech that we have to deal with in other ways than the legal ones. But I still think that the existence of legal limits is quite important, and particularly on the internet, because there seems to be a view in some of these cases that have been at least going for Norwegian courts. I think this is very much the same in all the Nordic and other countries as well, is that people tend to think that the internet, that social media is somehow not quite real, so that they can say things there that they would not say otherwise. And there are a number of reasons, I think, for this. Where we previously, before the social media age, tended to talk with the spoken word, and particularly with those kinds of expressions that were not all that thought through, that were more emotional, they would usually come out as spoken words, either in the pub or the canteen or with friends or wherever. Whereas now they're made into to written words, and that makes them prone to sort of misunderstandings, because a lot of people are not all that good to communicate. And they also tend to be spread and to generate more speech, because they stand there as an example, a bad example for other speakers, and they tend to drive the conversation, if it could be called a conversation, towards more of a mob or a lynching mob or those kinds of effects, even whether it's on Twitter or Facebook or other of the mainstream social media, to call them that. So I think that's it's been very important to have some legal challenges to those kinds of hateful remarks. There are a number of legal limits to speech, whether threats, serious threats, obviously, is criminalized, harassment, stalking, following up the Istanbul Convention on Preventing and Combating Violence Against Women and Domestic Violence. Privacy invasions, distributing photos, particularly nude pics and those kinds of things. And you have hate speech provision, which does not protect gender. It protects gender identity, but not gender, because it's there to protect minorities against the hate created in the majority. And you have slander and libel as sort of civil suit bases. And we have had a number of cases following up on particularly the hate speech provision, the latest 2, 3, 4 years in our court system. And one challenge with following up these kinds of cases on a legal through a legal path and with criminal sanctions is that you very quickly get sort of an impression that the people that are sort of taken out for having committed hate speech, they're not dangerous. They're people who feel powerless. Whereas the dangerous elements that communicate through speech on the internet, such as the Nordic resistance movement and other groupings, they are smarter in a way, so that they are not saying things that fall so easily within these paragraphs as those do who don't really think about what they say. And obviously that's a problem too, but that's sort of a challenge with following up on this through the legal path.
Great points. Thank you. Timo, did you want to comment on this?
Couple of things I would like to add is that if you think about a normal hate person who is talking hate speech and spreading it in the internet, he doesn't look like, normally he's a man and middle-aged man, but he doesn't look like, a person with a bold and Bear, he looks like a normal person. They are normal fathers who spread that hate speech. And then one thing I would like to add that 2019 we made a self-report survey in YLE about the external interference, and one part of that survey was hate speech, and 30% of the journalists receiving it. But the quantity of the hate speech, it doesn't matter are you male or female. In a closed question, the amount of the hate speech is the same, but then the quality differs. And there was an open possibility to answer in an open question. There you could see that hate speech, which is appointed to the woman, it's much more ruder than for the men. And that report was done by Mr. Ilmari Hiltunen, who has researched this phenomenon a lot and doing his doctorship about this thing.
Thank you. Eva.
Well, I think what you said actually, and also what you said earlier, both Anina and Josephine, that the gender sensitivity and to look at it from a gender perspective is extremely important because it has very different effects. And I think looking at legislation, as you said, looking at from 7 to 10, that goes above the criminal definition, there is also this perception that paragraphs are gender neutral. And I think this is something that we have started to learn that they are not. But there's a very old steadfast education among lawyers that paragraphs are absolutely neutral. They don't affect in a different way the genders. And of course they do. And this myth actually also, I think, is a problem because we just had a study done by the biggest Finnish media, printed media, Helsingin Sanomat, that actually showed that prosecutors actually, and it was about slander, which is not perhaps the most worst crime in the world, but it's still a crime. That the prosecutors did not they did not prosecute as often when it was targeted against women. So these are stereotypes. What we should, what is insulting and what is hate speech is, of course, also different. And for instance, when I am talking in television today, I usually get hate speech because I take up too much space. I'm too self-confident. I should not behave like this because I'm a woman. I should be sort of submissive in a different way. And this is what drives people. I don't know who they are, but many actually also people who perhaps don't perceive themselves as haters, but they are very sort of driven by this stereotype idea that it's offensive when a woman, claims space.
Thank you. Very important points. Josephine was, you were raising your hand, so please.
Yeah, I would just like to connect to that the research also show that online hate speech is affecting women to a larger extent than it's affecting men, and maybe that has something to do with the personalized threats that women tend to get more of.
Thank you. And Anine.
Yes, I was just going to follow up on that because that's what what I've read about of Norwegian research on this says as well, is that confirms very much with what has been said so far about the studies in Finland and Sweden. But it's also that women are more affected, not necessarily that they get more, they do that too, but also that it affects them more, possibly because, as you said, Josephine, that we're more it's more personal, or also that women are more relational in a way, so we get more affected by that, and that has led me to think not only when it comes to women but also in general, because I mean this is a problem for everyone, even though it may affect women more. that we may have two thoughts in our heads at once, because we obviously have to focus on the speakers, the haters, whatever to call them, where they come from, why do they do this, how can we prevent this from happening. But also, if we could all be a little bit more like Thordis Elva and try and robustify ourselves and place the problem where it lies, there with them. It says something about what they feel right now, rather than it says anything about us, really.
Excellent point. Thank you for sharing, Eva.
I think this is extremely important, and I do agree. I think that we need to start to. We are not good enough in responding, and in particular those of us who are professional in debates, we should be more coordinating ourselves, gathering more sort of collective strength, and not give up the space. But I also feel that one piece of this sort of why we are in a way vulnerable is, of course, this war on the women's bodies. And we have been growing up believing that we have done this fight already. We are over it, and it extremely sort of crash on our illusion on gender equality. That it's still about the woman's body. It's still about abortion, gender equality. I mean, we are really back in many ways up to sort of basic, and that's why perhaps it is so. It's so hard to take. Even if you are older and experienced, it still is really, really difficult to take. And I think this somehow, makes it more difficult.
So is it also somehow that we are in some way maybe like prisoners of this image of Nordic countries and what we have achieved, and sort of this idea that things are done and we can only be an example to somebody else,
and
rather
we compare
than
to the rest of the world that you should be so happy that we have come this far, And of course, equality, gender equality or equality cannot be only half or three quarters. I mean,
Timo, it's same challenge in every issue, that you have to be brave. You have to be really brave, but you have to be brave in a humble way, and that's the combination which is very good also here. That you are not too brave, but like I have said, that we are not the prisoners of nothing.
What does it mean not being too brave? Can I ask a follow-up question?
I mean that, for instance, if we think about our side and journalist, and he or she gets hate speech, we have arranged that way that she don't read the messages. It's somebody else who reads those messages. Take the screenshots and then put it on words to our security, and then they will think about it. Is it a possibility to put on to the police? And then, of course, I'm a journalist, so I look after, and I'm the watchdog of police. But they have that kind of tradition that hate against one police is to hate against every police. And that's very good about this phenomenon also. That hate against journalists, one journalist is hate against every journalist.
Eva.
Well, I think this is important, but of course, I think it's the social media hate is difficult because it doesn't come only through your professional. And I think we just had a discussion on hate speech on social media, and Ujuni Ahmed, who is a Finnish prominent political person, NGO person, but also actually had been in TV presenting now when we have Corona news in many languages, and she has Somalian background, family, and of course is a brown young woman, a brave one. She was describing this reality that of course she has the job and there she has this community, but it doesn't stop there. It follows her also in her private life, in all social medias, and that's the problem. And there, of course, the protection somehow stops, and that's the hard part, the challenge.
Little thing of what I would like to add, when Jani was asking that being too brave, I meant that you affect brave, but you are wiser than the hate speecher, and you do it in a professional way, and that way you are brave but not too brave. You are using those tools. What are, for instance, we are behind in our journalist environment.
One thing that I was myself sort of personally observing through the Black Lives Matter movement was that if I think about the Black and Brown community, for example, in Finland, I think the movement that Black Lives Matter brought was the first time that I think we as individuals knew how to come together. And the coming together was the force to give us strength to also be more vocal, or to be more strongly sort of able to separate that this is not me, but this is actually those people, their problem, or telling something about them. So sort of understanding that it's part of the oppressive structure that we are somehow kept separately.
Exactly.
Is there sort of similarities? Can we make links when we talk about gender-based violence and hate that women are facing? Do you want to comment on
I
that?
think definitely we had. That's why we have women's organizations still. I mean, one would believe that we wouldn't need them, but we do have women's organization trying to, and part of it is actually to be stronger together.
Josephine.
Yeah, but it's also a difference between being an activist or an individual. Then you can be much more humoristic or ironic in your answers if you would like to. But being a representative of a party or an authority or university, there are policies on how to respond to all questions and queries that come in to the organization. So you have to be civilized in your communication, even with the online haters.
Great, thank you. Anina, did you want to say something?
No,
Sorry.
I totally agree. Just being at the university myself, I don't always perceive my colleagues to be all that civilized in their conversation, and I would hope they'd be more. But it's a sort of an important principle thing that people at universities are responsible only for themselves and not the university. So that's the academic freedom part. But otherwise, I totally agree.
Wonderful, thank you. I thought we could take few questions from people listening to the conversation. I'll try to find the questions at the same time from my phone, so please be patient. Do other members in the panel recognize what Eva Biaudet was saying about the online way of discussion affects the face-to-face discussion? This sort of like somewhere where we sort of normalize certain kind of language, and then that may be transitioning online. I think that's what the question is referring to. It would be maybe interesting also to hear different contexts, like Sweden, Norway.
Well, I think you also can read in the media headlines that if you would compare, I think, from earlier, there are many words that are not that are okay somehow. Not in all media, but of course we have a different kinds of media. But you can read it from the printed papers also today.
Anine.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point, and I think my experience is that when you talk to people face to face, that's very different than talking online. There's some empathy filter that goes away when you're online, and you allow yourself to say a lot more. And it takes a lot more courage to say nasty things to someone face to face. The sort of the civilizing effect of the face of the other. So I think that's still a difference there. But I think the way that the social media and the regular edited media interact and the symbiosis between those two is something for the media to be very aware of, because it's absolutely so that the jargon of online conversation seeps into regular media as well. And obviously the regular media has to sort of try and keep up with the social media, because otherwise even more of their financial basis goes out to these new platforms who don't even pay taxes in our country. So that's a big challenge, and I think it takes a lot of awareness in the regular media to try and combat the development in the way that we talk to each other. this obviously is a tendency that started way before the social media with the transfer into tabloid press and so forth. And I think it's important that we remember the way that our conversations were going before social media as well, because there were really hard conversations going on in the edited media. Looking back at the 1800s in Norway, at least, which is what I've been studying, it does not stand back at all from, well, it's more elevated, it's more elegant, but that's because it's older in a way, so that makes a difference. But that we have a rather hard public sphere, I think is nothing new. But we need to be aware of how the social media algorithms are amplifying all the negative tendencies in our conversations in a way that we have no control over.
Great perspective also in terms of history and sort of looking back, and then connecting to this time. Timo, you wanted to comment?
Yeah, of course, social media affects our behavior, but if I think about backwards and the history of mankind, we are still human beings, and it's only 15 years old phenomenon. It's so young, and as a human beings, we are good or bad, and we have a lot to show via social media also that we are good people. So at this moment the situation is so, but after 5 years, 10 years, it's one part of the democracy, but it's only one part of democracy.
Maybe one thing that I'm also tempted to ask when we have a representative of journalism and a politician, and I think this already came up earlier, that sort of how do we find these limits? Because at the same time, politicians are in position where we need to challenge politicians. But then is that then the segue also at some point to speech that is not anymore okay? Has there been sort of conversation about this in journalism? It somehow connects to also my own experience as a politician, that I think sometimes when we, of course, need to have this mentality that we are watchdogs for the politicians, but sometimes that created a culture where also a lot of things were okay to say were normalized that would not be in another context. Do you kind of follow what I'm saying? And I think that also included a lot of already borderline hate speech, possibly.
Yeah, it's part of the, it's a gray area where we have to talk about this issue. We have to talk about this phenomenon like we are doing today, and find out the borders, and via that we can find out a better future. But it doesn't. Still journalists, we are the watchdogs of the society, but we have to do it in a responsible way. And what is the responsibility? We have to talk about it.
Well, I think speaking about it is really, really important. And I think there are many, many things we should do to react. I mean, in the structures, in legislation, as you said, for instance, taking in gender in hate crimes, not only gender minorities, would I think be really important. But of course, the big part of it is more social, being aware. And I have started to, because I noticed for a long time that when somebody, addressed me in this way, I somehow, and usually, of course, these kind of topics, they are sort of, the hate speech is somehow put there to diminish you or to dehumanize you or to make you lesser worthy. But then there is another address on the political message, and they just don't want me to participate and to bring my political point of view in the game. And at some point, I noticed that I always was just ignoring the hate speech and trying to talk about the real issue because I felt that I should not participate. But I think that's wrong. I think we should start to identify the hate speech. When you say that, I hear that you actually want just to make me feel bad. I mean, this is really bad said, but somehow, to identify. And I think in the same way, working with ethical, it's really important to identify the language, the pictures, the context, because of course they are very good at hiding the hate today. But everybody can understand. We are all very good at visual, visual sort of communication and everything. So we can immediately see that this is racist or this is misogynic, this is addressed to shut somebody else out. And I think we should start saying it. And it doesn't have to be criminal. We can still identify that this is not okay. That you actually want to exclude me from the conversation. This is your point.
We're almost running out of time, but I thought before we finish our panel segment, it would be nice to have sort of final round, if you can all sort of name from your own perspective, what from your perspective would be one sort of concrete action or measure that you think would be needed in terms of gender-based violence and hate online, and sort of looking forward. What is needed, what kind of action or new kind of collaboration or coming together? Maybe Josephine, you want to start?
Okay. Well, according to the Swedish National Strategy to Prevent and Combat Men's Violence Against Women and Intimate Partner Violence, it's crucial to involve men and boys in the violence prevention work. And one way of doing it is to of course, highlight the problem and in that way change attitudes and counteract harmful gender norms and stereotypes. And in this context that we're talking about today, it's also important to spread knowledge of the gender nature of online hate speech.
Wonderful, thank you. And Anine?
Yes, I agree. And I also think, following up on what Eva said, I think it's important that we do identify it. And I think it's important that we all make a small effort. You can't be in all kinds of comment sections all the time, but that we all make a small effort, not only to counter argue with what we disagree with, but also to point out that this can be said in a different way, and to support the people who are the subject of this kind of hate. And I think there are research showing that the earlier you get into a comment section or a thread on Facebook or wherever, saying something possibly with a good faith humor remark or something like that, trying to sort of set the conversation straight and take action with what is not okay and hateful or whatnot, the more likely that thread is to be more civilized. So we can all make a small difference in some ways, I think.
Wonderful, thank you very much. Then Timo next.
Awareness and trust. You know it's there, but you can solve the challenge.
Great. And Eva?
I also think we need to educate ourselves. And in particular, I think all leaders should be educated in recognizing gender as a general thing, but of course also all the negative, harassment and gender-based violence and social and hate speech. I think it was very well said when you said, Josephine, about that men need to be involved. And sometimes I feel that in what way because of course it's very easy that men feel that we are accusing all, this kind of divide. But actually, it is, of course, a very big restriction on men's life also. There was once a friend of mine who told me that he really feels awful walking home at night and seeing a woman ahead of him, looking over her shoulder and being scared of him. And I felt that, yes, that really must be awful. So in a sense, I think we need to show how important to fight this for us all. I think that's really, really important. Thank you for that.
Wonderful. And now, thank you to all of our panelists. Thank you for taking the time, and thank you for being part of the conversation, and thank you for all the work that you are doing around these issues. If you have the time, I needed to remind that if you have the time, please go and join the conversation still online. If people want to ask you some more specific questions in the chat room. So that, I think, would be wonderful for people to sort of have this chance to still approach you if there was something that was left unsaid or unanswered questions. But thank you one more time for joining us. And we will move on now to our conclusioning of the panel discussion, and conclusion words will give us Tuija Saresma. She is a senior researcher in Research Center for Contemporary Culture, the Department of Music, Art and Culture Studies. She holds titles of docent in culture studies and gender studies at the universities of Jyväskylä and Eastern Finland. She is the co-chair of the Association of Gender Studies in Finland and the treasurer of Association of Cultural Studies. Saresma's most recent publication include a co-edited anthology, Violence, Gender and Effect, Palgrave 2021, and co-written journal articles on the role of social media in the rise of right-wing populism. Please welcome Tuija Saresma. We're still waiting for the sound. Hopefully we will get it soon. Tuija, can you hear us now? Okay, we still can't hear you, but hopefully we can find a solution for that soon. Unfortunately, we still can't hear you. We try to solve this technicality as soon as possible, and hopefully we get to the conclusion remarks soon. At this point, while we're trying to solve the technical problem, I can still remind you of our hashtag that you can use when you're sort of spreading the word of the conversation, having a conversation. So the hashtags were hashtag Norden 2021, and the other hashtag was No to Hate Norden. So it would be greatly appreciated if you can use those hashtags so we can sort of take over the conversation with these important issues. And if we're able to solve these technical problems, we will go to the conclusion words, and then after that we will start our one hour lunch break, and then we'll continue with the program.
Okay, so I think we solved the problem perhaps now.
Yes, we did. Wonderful.
So,
please, Tuija.
Sorry about that. I didn't realize it. I mean, yeah, the headset didn't function for a while now. But anyway, thank you for all the panelists for your really insightful comments and important points you made. I really enjoyed the discussion. Now, as a researcher of populism and hate speech, and also as a receiver of hate speech myself, I will focus on hate speech in my concluding remarks for this panel discussion, and I will concentrate on the threat that gender-based and gendered violence and online hate and harassment pose to democracy. As has been discussed here, online hate and harassment have negative consequences for both individuals and the whole society. They affect communication, politics, the work of professionals, and freedom of speech, which is the pillar of democratic society. And what I aim to do here today is that I suggest that gender-based online hate, threat, and harassment are actually a new form of violence, and that they should really be taken seriously, as we are doing here today. So let's see if I can, yeah, that works, excellent. So what is gender-based online hate and harassment actually? The concept of hate speech refers to the demeaning, threatening, or stigmatizing expressions, often based on intolerance and hatred, and they are targeted at a certain person or group of people based on their gender, sexual orientation, ethnic background, or race. And hate speech is a gendered phenomenon. It is mostly produced by men and received by women, as we heard before too. Hate speech has become more frequent with digitalization and the growing popularity of social media. It also coincides with the rise of right-wing populism. Hate speech often utilizes the affective rhetoric and binary logic of populism, which kind of constructs an us and a them as hierarchic and adversarial groups. In right-wing populist rhetoric, the others become the targets of hate speech, against whom even violence is justified. So hate speech is really not a new phenomenon at all, but it has become more visible and easier to produce and circulate online. On the internet, easy distribution of content is combined with the ability to communicate to larger audience, with really large audiences. So if we talk about gendered toxic affective online communities, toxic masculinity, racism, and misogyny often intertwine in them. Interaction is not based purely on hate in these online communities, but also other emotions or affects are mobilized. For example, the emotions range from disgust to love and from fear to hope. But anyway, it is the affects that are the glue that keep the communities together. And some of examples are manosphere, which is very much characterized by anti-feminism and incel culture that actually Tarja Manninen also mentioned there. Mankkinen, sorry. And also alt-right white nationalist communities that are really misogynous are like really popular actually. They are based on a kind of an echo chamber effect. Other voices are silenced and they can only hear their own voices. And they are the discussion often is very polarized. There is extremism and violent action also happening there. So they use this kind of sophisticated new technologies, and their recruitment strategies are they focus on the so-called vulnerable populations. They are mainly young and middle-aged men, perhaps with a history of unemployment and frustration. And they are mobilized with the help of misogynist and white nationalist populist rhetoric. So communication online is really rewarding for the members of these communities, as there is immediate feedback from peers and there's kind of a lack of judgment. Online communication culture is based on irony and kind of for the lulz culture, which encourages to use really graphic language. So I would say that digital media amplifies hate speech, also abusive content and threats. But if it is, of course, we need to acknowledge that it is common outside the web as well, that hate speech. It's not only on the internet. So historically, hate speech has emerged mostly in relation to minorities and socially discriminated groups. Hate speech has played a role in maintaining the hierarchies imposed upon these groups. But in contemporary discussion, hate speech is a really central part of the political discourse. It is used as a political tool to exert pressure and influence or silence the opponent, as has really been discussed here already. Often the opponent is the liberals and reformists. Hate speech is used to maintain a conventional, actually imaginary power structure or a similarly imaginary nostalgic social order. Hate speech is targeted against politicians, But, and this is really important, also politicians use hate speech for the same purposes, to silence other people. And when politicians use hate speech or even commit hate crimes, because that also has happened as Eva Biaudet actually referred to, hate speech becomes especially harmful because the politicians occupy an influential position and status. They have wide distribution networks. Their persona gives credibility to their message. So in the case that politicians speech do hate speech or acts of hate, there are these multiplicative effects, really. So Tarja Mankkinen actually already mentioned this research that I have been also, I was one of the researchers here. And in this research that was published 2019, we analyzed the impact of hate speech on public decision-making processes, as well as its scale and quality. And according to the survey, the experience of hate speech is really widespread. A third of municipal decision makers had been targeted by hate speech because of their work. 2/3 of respondents believed that the amount of hate speech had increased in the past few years. Hate speech can be used deliberately as a means of political pressuring to silence individual people or a certain political view. Increasingly adversarial relations between political groups are one reason for the increase in hate speech. And hate speech does reduce the political participation of its victims. Already in 2019, of the municipal decision makers that had been targeted by hate speech, 28% said their motivation to participate in decision making was decreased. And unfortunately, it can be concluded that whereas there was an unprecedented surge of violent threats directed at candidates of the Finnish parliamentary elections and the European parliamentary elections already in 2018, both offline and online, the situation has gotten worse now, while we now have these Finnish municipality elections. And potential candidates, particularly women, have withdrawn their candidature because of hate speech. So this is really alarming, I would say. And Lisa Kaati already mentioned this report by the NATO Strategic Communication Center of Excellence, which was titled Abuse of Power, Coordinated Online Harassment of Finnish Government Ministers. And it was published this spring. And while it kind of revealed really low levels of both bot and coordinated activity, actually, it showed that there was a huge opposition against the female ministers and online resistance in the form of abusive messages that really included assumptions about their political inexperience and that really used explicitly sexist and misogynist language. The main topics that triggered abusive messages against the female ministers were the COVID-19 pandemic, issues of immigration, Finnish European Union relations, and socially liberal politics. And what was startling was that female Finnish ministers really received a disproportionate number of abusive messages throughout the monitoring period. And a really big portion of this abuse contained both latent and overtly sexist language, as well as sexually explicit language. But luckily, even though there were these really large volumes of offensive and abusive messaging, threats of physical violence were not observed. So something good about that anyway. I suggest that we should talk about hate speech as actually gendered, digitally mediated violence, because that is what I think. It is violence. And effective online communication is a relatively new form of violence, And yet, digitally mediated violence is already an integral part of the chain of violence that links intimate violence, violent societal structures, and ideological and political violence together. And effective discursive expressions of hatred are spread through social media. They arouse affects and shape our understanding of reality. And they are violent in themselves, but they also pave the way for an ideological readiness to use other types of violence, physical violence, political violence. In recent years, it has really become apparent that this is it's not only politicians, as was discussed in the discussion earlier, but other public actors also are targets of hate speech and harassment. This is a cause really for concern, because especially public officials, administrators, police, reporters, researchers, and politicians are regularly being targeted for hate speech. The effective online communication feeds open hostility towards female politicians, journalists, researchers, and feminist activists. It also naturalizes the others as threats and targets of hostility and aggression. This verbal political violence has an effect on those who still apply for positions in public office, those who take part in public debate, and it affects also which issues and perspectives get visibility in public discussion. So it has direct impact on decision making and the actions of the authorities. So I would like to have my last slide, but it seems okay, there it goes. So it is becoming increasingly clear that the goal of hate speech is to impact public debate and societal decision-making processes. It may lead to a decline of trust in society, questioning of democracy and the rule of law, including freedom of speech, freedom of opinion, the execution of judicial processes. It does without question endanger the principles of transparency and extinguish conversation and dialogue, causing self-censorship, as was mentioned, and avoidance of publicity and public participation. It may increase social inequality, possibly decline social order, and incite a violent atmosphere and discrimination. Thus, through hate speech, the foundations and core values of democracy are being disintegrated. By attacking against those holding public offices, a message is being conveyed that anyone can be targeted for hate speech. So to conclude, in democratic societies, a broad variety of groups has representation in decision-making and political discussion. But hate speech threatens participants in political discussion and aims at restricting social inclusion and participation of certain groups like women, people of color, and LGBT plus people. So hate speech really decreases a sense of equality and humanity and a sense of community. It declines public morals and hampers living together even. So it really threatens trust that is needed to maintaining democracy, as philosophers say. So it must be taken seriously as a cultural effective practice that affects political discussion, that decreases solidarity and erodes democracy even determinately. So we really need to fight it. Thank you.
Thank you, Tuija Saresma, for your sharp conclusions, and also thank you for raising the question of vocabulary to the table and giving us the term of violence. I think it's a good question and good statement. So thank you very much for your conclusion. Now it's almost time for lunch. Before we go into our lunch, we will still watch a short intro video about the International Gender Equality Prize that was started or founded by the Finnish government in order to celebrate Finland's 100 years of independence. So we will have a look at the video and then we will go for lunch, and I will meet you again in 1 hour in the same spot, 1:30 Finnish time. See you soon.
In Finland, gender equality is a core value to us. It has been essential in shaping and defining the way we have built our nation, and a prerequisite for the successes we have achieved. This is why we wanted to establish an International Gender Equality Prize in the year 2017, to celebrate Finland's 100th anniversary as an independent state. The prize is governed by the Minister of Gender Equality, Mr. Thomas Blomqvist. Our objective is to promote gender equality and women's rights around the world by making those who work for it more visible and showing our strong support to their ambitions and their engagement. We know their work is essential for keeping the discussion on gender equality on the political agenda and alive in our societies. We know it strengthens democracy and provides hope for a better future for us all. They can be organizations or individuals, and they make their mark in history. In 2021, the Finnish government awards this prize for the third time to a person or to an organization that has advanced gender equality in a globally significant way. The winner of the award will in its turn assign the prize money to work for a cause that strengthens the position of girls and women. And the prize will total 300,000 euros. In 2017, the first award was given to Chancellor Angela Merkel. Her life work has made her one of the world's most influential persons. She has, with her extraordinary leadership, stood as an example to us all that no position of leadership can be male only anymore. Chancellor Merkel chose to direct the prize money to a Nigerian NGO that advocates for the rights of women and girls. The money was to be spent for establishing a residential shelter for victims of domestic violence. In 2019, the second award was given to Equality Now, a human rights organization using the law to protect and promote the rights of women and girls. They work globally to change discriminatory legislation and shift gender norms. Equality Now acts locally as well as internationally. They are not afraid to address difficult issues such as violence against women. They also aim at mobilizing young people to support a new generation of young leaders.
Welcome back from the lunch break. I hope you had a good break and pause from the conference, or maybe you are just now joining us. So also welcome to you to the Nordic conference. At least I felt personally that it was good to take this little pause, 1 hour, to kind of reflect on all the information and knowledge and things that were said during the morning. There was quite a lot of already very good points and information. And now I feel that we're again ready to move on with the conversation. Before we go to our next segment, I also want to remind you of the chat room possibility. So please feel free to have a conversation, also to approach our speakers. As at least some of them will have time to sort of stay in the chat room after their presentation to maybe answer some questions or continue the conversation. And also, I encourage you to send in questions to our speakers and our panelists, and I will do my best to include some of those questions also in the conversation that we will be having in the studio. And now let's move on to the next segment of the conference. What lies behind the circle of gender-based online hate and harassment, and how to break it? Presenting the results of the Nordic report, The Angry Internet, a threat to gender equality, democracy, and well-being. And the Angry Internet report was financed by the Nordic Council of Ministers, and it was published during Denmark's presidency. To present the results of the report, we have Stine Helding Rand, a psychologist from the Center for Digital Youth Care. Stine is a psychologist specializing in digital youth culture. For the past few years, she has focused on misogyny, radicalization, and extremism online, and the backlash against gender equality, especially in the Nordic countries. Furthermore, Stine explores fake news and conspiracy theories and the role anonymity plays in the online distribution of these. Please, the floor is yours, Stine.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for having me and for that nice presentation. I don't think I'll say that much more about myself. You said it very nicely, so I'll just jump right into it. So, as you just mentioned, for the last year when Denmark had the presidency for the Nordic Council of Ministers, Christian Mogensen, who will be joining us in a little bit, and I did a report on what we termed the angry internet. We focused on online misogyny and how and the extent of online misogyny in the Nordic countries. So first off, we found out several facts. We looked at 3 digital platforms. If we had all the money in the world, we would spend our time looking at the entirety of the internet, but that wasn't possible. So we chose 3 distinct platforms. We chose Twitter, seeing as it is quite a mainstream platform used by many users, and seeing as it does contain a lot of hate and a lot of misogyny. We chose Reddit because it's a bit more nerdy forum, it's a bit more nerdy platform, but still with a large user base, and it's also a bit more anonymous. On Twitter, most people use their actual real names, and on Reddit, most people create anonymous users. And then the third platform we chose was 4chan because it's a very anonymous forum, and it does contain a lot of hate, a lot of misogyny. And it is a platform where you don't have to create a user in order to post content. So pretty much everyone on 4chan is completely anonymous and will use VPNs and other resources in order for others not to be able to track their IP and see where they are in the world. So we gathered over 100,000 posts, comment, tweets, and retweets from these 3 platforms, and examined them and analyzed them for misogynistic content, for extremist content, and all these very harsh, very foul language. And we looked at all these posts, all this input, and tried to figure out, well, how many people are behind all these posts and comments. Through careful analysis, we found that we can estimate that up to 850 active Nordic authors were behind the misogynistic content on these 3 platforms. Now, this is an estimate, seeing as it is quite difficult to determine, especially on the very anonymous platforms, how many users are behind the content. Is it one user posting a lot of content? Is it several users posting each one comment, or what is it? So we did a very careful analysis in cooperation with our subcontractor, and they helped us estimate that up to 850 active Nordic authors were behind the misogynistic content we found. Furthermore, we cannot trace at the moment when we did the report, we could not see any delimited systemic movement could be traced, meaning that what we saw was a lot of hate, a lot of misogyny, but no one seemed to be gathering in groups. No one seemed to be in a systemic movement that could be termed and be outlined as one
entity. And furthermore, we did not see any indication of immediate threat. So we did not see anyone saying they were going to harm this or that person or this movement or targeting these people or anything like that. We didn't see any immediate threat. We saw a lot of harsh and foul language. We saw a lot of hateful content. We saw a lot of misogyny, but we did not see anyone posing any immediate threat at the moment or saying they want to harm any specific person or group of people. So that was the very short version of what we found in our research last year. So if we dive a bit more into who are these people behind, who are these people populating the angry internet, we were very interested to understand the men behind all this hate, the men behind all this misogyny, and try to figure out, well, how do they work? How do they tick? What are their reasons for being a part of what we've termed the angry internet? So it goes for every human being. This is not just for men or the angry men. This is for every human being that we have a tendency of being more socially inclined than morally inclined, meaning that if we have the opportunity to be part of a group, be part of something bigger, we would choose that rather than be true to our own moral values. This means that we're willing to compromise. We're willing to say, well, these might be my values, but if I have the opportunity to be part of this group over here, then I'd rather want to be that than being on my own with my own moral values. So we are actually willing to set aside our own morality in order to get our social needs met. And this is in part due to every human being having a need to belong. We need to have this feeling of belonging somewhere, being part of something bigger, being part of a group. We are pack animals as human beings. We are meant to be in flocks or in packs. And therefore, it's very vulnerable for a human to be alone. And it creates these very large emotions of vulnerability, of sadness, of loneliness. And we want to overcome these feelings, and we want to be part of something bigger, having somewhere to belong, a place to call home, and a place to have significance. We need to be part of a group where we actually matter to other people, where other people actually care if we're there or not, where we actually have significance, we have some sort of meaning to other people. These are the three most basic components of human sociality. We're more socially than morally inclined. We all have a need to belong somewhere. We all need to have this feeling of having significance. Furthermore, we all work sort of the same way on a personal level as well. We tend to ask the same questions of life, like who am I? Where should I go? What is the meaning of life? How do you master life? What do I want with my life? Where can I go when life hurts? And how do I stop feeling lonely? All these questions we all ask ourselves every now and then throughout life. And they're perfectly legitimate questions. Everybody asks these questions every now and then. And they're important to get some sort of meaningful and fruitful answers to. Now, when you feel lost, when you feel you can't get any answers to the question or don't know where to ask them, it creates a state of feeling vulnerable, and it creates a state of feeling lost and not knowing where to go. And for many men, they ask themselves, but what can I do about this? It goes for most people as well, but in this context, we're focusing on the men. And many men are really, really bad at asking for help. We know this for a fact. It's due to cultural stereotypes. It's due to the traditional masculinity ideal. Men are really bad at asking for help. They want to deal with things themselves because they see asking for help as a sign of weakness. And when we couple this, when we add to this the traditional masculinity ideal of being the strong man, of being able to fend for oneself and stand up for oneself, it can create a sense of vulnerability and insecurity when you feel, for instance, maybe you don't live up to this traditional masculinity ideal, or you also feel the pressure from society that the traditional masculinity ideal maybe is not the way to go anymore. Maybe this is not the way to be a man anymore. Maybe this is not the way other people want you to be a man. So this can create a state of insecurity where you don't know what you're supposed to do. So this combination of being really bad at asking for help and at the same time being quite insecure about who am I and what am I supposed to be and where am I supposed to go will propose some people to seek help online, because when you go to the digital communities, when you go online, you can be anonymous. Nobody has to know that you're asking these questions. Nobody has to know that you're feeling vulnerable, or you're feeling lost, or whatever you're feeling. And the great part about many of these digital communities that we've been looking at in our research is that they offer quite simple answers to these pretty complex questions about life. So they offer answers to: who are your enemies? Why are you miserable? What is the right identity to have? What is all this unfairness in the world? Why is the world unfair to me? What is the meaning? What actions can I take in order to change my life? In short, many of the forums, many of the platforms, many of the communities we've been looking at, they offer answers to life. They offer answers to, well, why is your life the way it is, and how can you change it? So they offer this much needed sense of belonging, guidance, safety, understanding, of having equals and peers, of having a place to belong, of just having a family in a sense, and having friends. But for some, it also comes with the dark side of discouragement and hopelessness, self-destructive or destructive behavior, encouragement to act, resistance and rebellion. We have seen that many parts of the angry internet is very action-focused, very action-oriented. So it does come with this dark side for some people. Fortunately, a lot just stay in the more supportive parts of these communities and actually use them as support groups and use them as places to belong, places to seek help, places to seek peers, to find peers. But of course, we also see that some do cross this border and become part of the more darker side of these forums. So when we started our research last year, we had a hypothesis about the angry man. It was that groups of young men are gathering in digital environments to discuss sadness, ostracization, and loneliness. Like I just said, they find each other online, and they gather together around the things they have in common. Furthermore, the men develop fixed ideas of how their lives are supposed to be and see themselves as failures because they are not. So there is a lot of self-blaming in this, and there's a lot of insecurity and a lot of vulnerability. The digitally global subculture divides into fragments depending on the aspects of the good life the men feel they are missing and who's to blame for it. In our research, we focused on those that develop and exchange strategies for or sympathize with violence, manipulation, and revolution as a solution. So there is a very broad spectrum of the manosphere we could focus on, but we focused on these groups in particular, and these groups of very sad and lonely men. So some of the factors that will lead us to search for a very strong and defining group, and this group we can be a part of, and that will help us in our way, is having this sense of others being after you. There's a very defined in-group and out-group. There's a very defined us and them. The feeling of society being unfair or dangerous, the goods being divided unfairly, something not being right, you're being wronged. The elite as dangerous and malicious, all these people, all these people who are doing well and are fending for themselves or off well, being dangerous and just doing everything in their power to keep you down because you're seen as an underdog. And then lastly, that you're not resilient enough alone, which leads you to need this group to be a part of, because then you're more together who have been fighting for the same thing. And of course, we could just talk about these problems, and we could just talk about these issues. But as I said before, men are really bad at talking about their issues. Men are really bad at speaking up when something is bothering them, when they're feeling sad or lonely or vulnerable. So instead, they seek these digital communities. They seek these online groups to be a part of. And the most attractive group will be the one that is clearly defined and is ready to fight, is ready to take action, not only offer answers to why life is the way it is, but actually also take a stand, take action against it. So what we saw was that many saw the dangers to men as being these new movements like Me Too, Black Lives Matter, feminism, all these things that go against patriarchy, that go against white supremacy, that don't see the man as the primary, but see everyone as equal, don't want to the men to only be privileged and only have all the goods, but actually wanted to divide it. And this creates the urge for a resistance movement, for rebelling against this, because many of the men that we've observed in the forums, they see women or Black people or whoever as intruders on their privileges, on their grounds, as intruders who are taking their privileges away from them. So this leads to a state of them engaging in motivated reasoning, where they have, which happens when you have cognitive dissonance, meaning when you have two contradicting thoughts in your head at the same time. For instance, a good example is the recent presidential election in the U.S. in the fall, where many Trump supporters, which we also saw in many of the forums, were very convinced that Trump would win. But when the numbers started coming in, they could see, well, the numbers didn't fit with their theory. So that created this sense of cognitive dissonance, because their theory couldn't be wrong. It must be the numbers that are wrong. So they're trying to work around a way to make it fit their narrative. It's also due to a confirmation bias, where there are a portion of things that are objective facts. Then there's the portion you believe, anything that confirms your beliefs, and then what you see is anything that overlaps between these two. Again, then they might have watched just Fox News, or they might have started to figure out ways that maybe it's because the numbers are being reported wrong, someone wrote a code, so it's actually the wrong numbers the media are reporting. All these things, they have this everybody's underlying this confirmation bias. When there's something we actually believe, then we only tend to see the facts that fit with what we believe. And it's also a way of making facts fit, because when reality doesn't match the truth I believe, there must be something wrong with reality. It can't be the truth I believe that's wrong. It's reality that must be wrong, and then I'll do anything in my power to make it fit what I believe. That's also what we see many of these men do, because it's a way of creating meaning. It's a way of creating an understanding of what is going on and making it more comprehensible, making it better, easier to understand, and making it easier to take action against, because you can say, well, this is the reason. This is why everything is the way it is. Yes. So what we also saw, the last point I want to make right now, is that many of these men feel emotionally homeless. They've tried uttering their feelings, their thoughts, the way they act in other places, but are always met with this, well, you should just man up. Well, you should just need to get your shit together and move on. And this is they feel really misunderstood. And this is also what we saw when we spoke to Sarge, who is the owner and administrator of the incels.co, which is the largest incel forum at the moment. Incels is these involuntary celibate men. And this platform hosts, I don't remember the number at the moment, I think 10,000 incels, self-proclaimed incels. And he told us that the community is filled with people who are at the lowest. They suffer, they are alone, and while they can talk about their plight on other spaces, most people simply don't get their issue. They will be suggested to keep trying, man up, be more confident. Many of these are unreasonable, unrealistic, or make little of the suffering the person is going through. Thus, many people were left homeless when another forum was banned. This forum attempts to recreate such a home for some of them. So they actually feel lost. They feel they have nowhere to go. And this is the way they can turn. This is where they can turn, because here are people like them. Here are people who actually understand them. They're used to being met with misunderstanding and being met with, well, why are you so weird? You don't belong here. All these things where they're actually just trying to reach out and actually just trying to get someone to understand them, to listen to them, and to help them. So what we see is usually a very angry side of these men, but it's actually due to a lot of sadness, a lot of frustration, a lot of loneliness, more than this anger. But anger is the only acceptable way, and it's an easy way to express what you're actually feeling. It's the way most boys and men are taught to act when they're feeling sad or feeling down. So if we look at solutions for this, well, if we look at the more severe solutions, it would make sense to protect potential victims by prosecuting those seeking to employ anti-democratic actions. It makes sense to do that. The problem with doing that is that we only treat the symptoms. We do this when it's way, way, way too late. We should catch these men way before they're ready to employ anti-democratic actions. So a more sensible solution would be trying to socially reintegrate these at-risk men before they get to wanting to use anti-democratic actions against society. But even better would be to catch them even earlier, to try and install in both boys and girls from an early age that everybody is entitled to all the same emotions. We need to emotionally empower boys, telling them from an early age, it's okay to be vulnerable. It's okay to be sad. It's okay to be lonely. It's okay to reach out. It's not a sign of weakness. And we need to change these cultural stereotypes of what it means to be a man and a woman, what it means to be a boy and a girl, because this is the way where we can create space for men to be vulnerable as well, so they don't have to meet up online and meet up around their anger. Because if we reduce these movements to just being angry or violent, then we're fixating on the symptom rather than the cause. So it's very, very important that we focus on the cause instead of just the symptoms, because when we focus on the cause, we actually have a possibility of changing their course of life. We actually have a possibility of giving them a rich life where they can actually enjoy it instead of ending up being very angry and very lonely and very sad. I have a lot more I could say, but I'll stop talking now. This was the fast version of the report, The Angry Internet. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sine, for opening up the Angry Internet report. A lot of very crucial information, and I think also tools in terms of looking into the future and the solutions that we are hopefully all looking for. And I'm already personally looking forward to our commentators and see how they reflect on these similar issues, these same issues. And I'll try after the comments also save a little time for a few questions from our online audience. So maybe, Stina, you can still then join us for the conversation and share some more information. Like I was mentioning, we have now 3 commentators with the title focusing on the preventive measures. And first, I would like to welcome Christian Morgensen, is a specialist and consultant in Center for Digital Youth Care in Denmark, with responsibility for online communities, gender and sex, and destructive online behavior. And in 2020, Christian was part of building the Angry Internet report. Please welcome Christian.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for the introduction. My short presentation of my research is going to be building on the work I did with Stina that she so well just presented. One thing I want to note right off the bat is anger is a social... Sorry, I just need to turn off my local volume because I have a tiny bit of echo on myself. One thing that is important to note is that anger is a social emotion. We as humans use anger to signal to all the other animals, to all the other humans, that something unfair has happened and we need to change it. Thus, when we look at The Angry Internet, which was the title of our report, we were actually looking at a ton of users that thought something was unjust. My primary role in that topic was, outside of providing just expert knowledge on incels, men's rights activists, and so on, was to go out and actually interview some of these men. It took a lot of groundwork, but what I'll be focusing on today is that when we are talking about working in a preventive measure, we also need to understand that anger, like this baseline human emotion that we are researching. One thing we had in common with all the young men when we interviewed them and said, "Why are you so angry?" All of them said, "Okay, I'll tell you why I'm angry, and then you will join my anger, you will join my rage, and you will join me in the fight against women or feminists or society or everybody else. You will join my fight. My anger will be contagious to you." And then they started explaining why they were extremely sad. All of the ones we interviewed talked about ostracization, talked about, I never had a play date. I was never shown any either romantic or social interest from my peers. I've always been on the outside of my local community. And like Stina just briefly touched on, we as humans, once we feel like we are on the outside, we try to explain why. And instead of entertaining the notion that there might be something wrong with me, there's an easier psychological out that is easily marketed by communities online, namely that there's nothing wrong with me, there's something wrong with everybody else. It's not that I'm weird, it's that they don't understand my genius. It's not that I'm wrong, they just haven't given me what I deserve. And that psychological notion of being in opposition to a community that has kicked you out is very attractive. I would like to believe that rather than me doing something wrong. And one thing we found in these interviews was that when we talked to these young men and talked about what was your initial, what was the most attractive part of this community that you joined, be it incel, the involuntary celibate, the men's rights activist movements, the men going their own way, the just misogynist subpinnings of either of these communities. What a lot of them touched on is that they found a guide, a how-to manual, how to do this project that is young adult man. Like, how do I do man? And in their communities, they found guides telling them, you need to be in touch with nature. You need to have read these books. You need to have these political convictions. You need to make enough money to get one good wife, and then you need to be able to physically support her. You need to drink your coffee black, eat a lot of red meat. And all of these things eased the transition from loneliness into a group culture. And an important thing to note is that all of the men we talked to were on an individual level very willing and very wanting to leave their communities. They agreed that the communities were destructive both to society and their own mental health. So on an individual level, there was a high willingness to leave. But when we talked to them on a group level, it was the other way around. Because if I'm part of this community where everybody has deigned themselves part of an opposition to new feminist society or to women or to my peers, I don't want to leave. Or I want to leave because that means that I can join like a proactive part of society or a social part of society. But I don't want anybody else to leave, because if they can leave, it puts a ton of pressure on me. Then I should be able to leave as well. So we saw this paradoxical attitude towards leaving these communities. On a singled out individual level, high willingness to leave. On a group level, no willingness to leave. And one thing that really took note with both me and Stine was that these young men expressed a lot of sadness and hardships in life. A lot of them were either suicidal or in active self-harm situations. But they didn't have a language to communicate either sadness or any of these other things. What they did have was like an oppositional language based in anger, based in fighting back, based in understanding yourself as not outside of culture, but as a resistance movement to an evil culture. And all of this was able to be understood as psychological coping mechanisms as to why they were unhappy, which makes sense. So if I can build on this schematic that Stine showed with late but very severe, very effective measures to counter some of these destructive effects these communities can have. Sure, we need to educate police. We need to educate police about the technical difficulties of researching online. Sure, we need to do that. But if I can leave you with one message today, it's going to be that in order to get these men out of these communities, we can't just yank them out. We can't just pull them out and put them in a regular pro-social environment and tell them, this is where you need to be, this is how you need to behave. We need to show them that there's actually room for them. It needs to be an invitation rather than a forced pull. So please, if you can do anything, if you have someone in your professional or even personal vicinity where you fear they might be meddling with some of these communities, then understand there's a reason why they're doing so. They're not angry. They believe themselves to be victims of unfair societies, unjust interpersonal connections. They feel like they are victims. You might disagree and you might say, well, you're a white, middle-class, average, adolescent male. You're not the victim of anything. In their mind, they are. So the best form of prevention in this regard is to acknowledge their emotions and then combat their defensive mechanisms. Understanding, reaching out, integration, and emotional empowerment must be the premise, must be the baseline of how we reach these young men. That's my short introduction. I'll be hanging around for questions later, but thank you so much for having me today.
Thank you very much, Christian Mogensen, for this very eye-opening comments, and also sort of giving us the behind-scenes look of the interview process and communicating and meeting different kind of people and the kind of conversations you were having with men. Our second commentator, Jannike Stav, is a clinical psychologist at Alternative to Violence Norway. ATV is a non-profit organization that provides treatment and professional expertise on violence with particular focus on domestic violence. Stav has also led 2 national violence prevention projects, one targeting youths in high schools funded by the Justice Department, and one targeting male asylum seekers funded by the Norwegian Directorate of Immigration. Please welcome Jannike.
Thank you. And thank you for some great presentations before mine. I think it's really good fit. And looking forward to the debate later. I will start off with a little story. 6 years ago, on a hot summer day, I was driving to the beach with my 8-year-old stepson. And back then he asked a lot of questions. 8-year-olds do, because they're figuring out how the world works. And he wanted to figure it out for himself and what it looks for people around him. And he was quiet in the back seat. And then he suddenly asked, "You know that man who shot all those kids on that island?" And I wonder, I had no idea why he asked, but I said, "You mean Breivik?" "Yes, him." "I wonder what his home was like when he was a child." "Oh, it said something about that in newspaper," I said. "There was a man who visited his home when he was 4, and that man said that he didn't have a good home." So turned quiet again for almost a minute, and then from the back seat, "Do I have a good home?" When I got this question, I had spent the last months visiting schools, giving this message to thousands of children to tell it like it is, and my answer was just the opposite. He did not have a good home. And I realized he needed a better explanation, and I told him that Breivik's mother said to him that she wished he was dead. And then I explained a bit more about abuse and neglect that children can experience, and we have had many conversations about what is not a good home in the years that have followed. He's now 14. I'll say a little bit about Alternative to Violence first, since we might not be known to many of you. We have 15 offices in Norway and also offices in Sweden, Iceland, and on Åland. And in Norway, we're about 100 employees, mostly psychologists, working with the domestic violence, with the ones who use violence and their families. And then we also have some projects, and the one I'm talking about today is the one that I did in schools. And I'm going to say a little bit, why did I tell you this story when I start? My main work is therapy, but I have a specialty within clinical community psychology and preventive strategies. And even when I worked full-time with violence prevention in schools, in that moment, I forgot to explain with words a child can understand. And using the right words when talking with children is not easy, not even for me doing this all the time. When I grew up in the 80s, no teacher talked to us about violence, domestic violence. And today the school books still do not have chapters about it. And this makes it like children in safe homes, they have no idea what's going on behind closed doors. And the children I meet who work with violence often believe it's normal. So Tell It Like It Is was developed by Save the Children in Denmark. And we bought the rights to use it in Norway. And we have a web page with the movie, and it's also on Vimeo. And with Norwegian subtitles, the movie has now been seen more than 7,000 times in schools, universities, and clinics who use it for training and therapy. And I spent 1 year visiting schools talking about violence and showing them the movie and what everyone can do to make a difference. They were told up front there will be scenes with violence in the movie, but most of all, it's about how violence affects people all the time. Because this movie makes you react with sadness, fear, anger. But to create change, we need to touch people's hearts. We need to get in where it hurts. What you see in this photo is not a good setup to do it, but I had to reach many schools in a year. So I had big groups of students, but I recommend teachers do it in small groups. And we talked about Do we have to think about a person as being violent before we can use the word violence? Is aggression always about being angry? I think Stina answered that very well. It's sometimes about being sad, very often. And what we wanted was spontaneous discussion between the students, and it was quite interesting and really great to see them taking different perspectives when they talked. This is some Norwegian research where they concluded that attitudes towards violence depends on age. And I'd like to see a few years from now, when children learn more about attitudes about violence, if this will change, because I think it depends on knowledge. Kids today don't know much about violence, especially domestic violence. I also asked them about violence in relationships, and with big groups you have to be creative. So I asked them, we know we are going to have a poll where you raise your hand. At what age do you think violence happens most often in romantic relationships? Around age 20, 30, or 40. So we know from research that violence happens most often in the youngest age group, but most of the students guessed around 40. So it's not something that's like in their mind that it can happen. So I met them before they turned 16. And Danish research actually shows that in the youngest age group, violence happens most often below age 20. They say being exposed to violence is a taboo, but I would say using violence and being aggressive and hating is an even greater taboo. It's hard to come forward and say, I need help. And our campaigns and action plans, they often target victims. And I think this makes it even harder for the ones who are aggressive and use violence to seek help. So if we want to stop it, our campaigns and web pages and internet resources must include information about help for the ones who are aggressive and use violence. And young people should know upfront that if they later become aggressive, they should seek help. And I talked to the kids about how they can make a difference by talking to their friends and to their parents if they see other kids who are struggling, or to the teacher, because keeping it secret will make it happen again. Giving children a language for violence will make this job of identifying children at risk easier. Because earlier we've been talking a lot about knowing what to look for. We should rather give children the language so they actually can come forward and say it themselves. After the visits, there were 80% of teachers who said they felt more ready to talk to students about violence, and 15% said they were ready up front. But the best part is young people started talking. They said they talked to someone afterwards, so it was awareness about violence far outside the classroom. And I think we can be the best role models in telling the truth and using direct words. So I talked to young kids of 11, 12 about examples of violence like "you fucking shit," "I wish you were never born," "you should just kill yourself." I'm using all these sentences so they know if it happens to them, it's okay to not just call it psychological violence. We have to speak with the clean words about what this is. I think it's one of the main reasons for why this gets hard for us is that we didn't grow up anyone doing this with us. Our toolbox is pretty limited. So we need everyone to see the link between trauma and what it inflicts upon people. It happens too often that we think something is wrong with a person. And so I didn't talk about symptoms, but I called it expressions of pain. So we talked about how experiencing violence can lead to yourself becoming aggressive or suicidal intent. This is taken from a Norwegian report called Angry on the Outside, Pain on the Inside, where it's, I can't directly translate the organization who made it, but if they translate it themselves, they will call themselves child care system experts. It's children who've been in the child care system and who become angry. And I think they say with their own words what it feels like. No one is born an asshole. And to deal with pain, some people seek solutions where we do not want them to seek solutions. And I think the Angry Internet estimates 850 users in the Nordic countries. This number is not very high. It's kids who formulate an enemy as to establish themselves as fighters rather than victims. And I think if we did some research on the background of this 850 users, I think we would find a lot of exposure to violence before they turn violent. This is from another Norwegian movie used with younger kids, actually. I don't know what you see in this picture, but is this about the structure of society, or is it about structure of a family? Because I see the kid in the background who grow up with violence and is traumatized and also lose a lot of protective experiences. Lack of care is really damaging as well, in addition to violence. And the last thing I want to say before I finish is the study about adverse childhood experiences. It's a list of 10 factors concerning abuse, neglect, and household challenges and how it affects kids. What is it like to grow up always having your boots ready by the door in case you have to get out fast? If you look at people with no adverse childhood experiences, only 1 in 100 have made a suicide attempt. If you look at people with 1 adverse childhood experiences, it's 4 times as many who have tried, and it's 1 in 25. And the number of ACEs gives you more and more prevalence of suicidal attempts. And I think if we start researching incels, like they're going to have a project in Norway now, I hope they look into the background of many of them. But why are they lonely, and what is their upbringing? I think you will find something here, as Norwegian research has shown that both the ones using digital violence and the victims of digital violence more often have a background of growing up with violence in their own homes. For a long time, violence prevention work on an international level has had a high focus on empowering women, and I also led a project that was about getting men involved, which was like the next step in strategies on how to fight violence. Wrong word, sorry. And that's mostly the focus today, getting men involved. But the United Nations goals for sustainable development towards 2030 targets ending all forms of violence against women and girls, but also against children. And I don't think we will reach this goal of ending hate, harassment, and violence without involving the children in talking about aggression and violence, not just gender stereotyping. We have to get into the things that are really painful. The children are taking over our society, so we must give them knowledge about what is going on. And you don't have to be an expert to do this. I think hope lies in all the small actions. You don't have to be an expert to perform. So if I can give a take-home message today, go home, talk to your children about aggression, violence. Thank you.
Thank you, Jannike, for very powerful comments. And also, among many other things, thank you for bringing the voice of children into the room and into the conversation. We still have our third comment speech from Anna Lindqvist. She's the director of Men since 2012. She has a background in gender equality development work and field experience from youth and mobilization work in Latin America. She also has a background as an activist within the Swedish women's shelter movement and is the mother of 3 teenage sons. Welcome, Anna Lindqvist.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So I'm Anna Lindqvist, and I'm the director of the organization Men. We are a feminist, member-based organization working to promote gender equality and to prevent gender-based violence. And we work mainly with men and boys to challenge stereotypical ideas about what it is to be a man. We have around 2,000 individual members in Sweden and an office in Stockholm with 35 staff members. So we do mainly our work in Sweden, but also internationally together with international partnerships. We have 4 main areas of work. The first is to engage men in gender equality work and to stand up against men's violence. We also promote equal parenthood and men's caregiving through fathers groups and support to healthcare staff, for example. We do quite a lot of work on preventing gender-based violence and sexual harassment in different settings, such as workplaces, but also with schools that I'm going to talk a bit about in a while. And the fourth strand of work that we have is psychosocial support to men and boys. I'm gonna switch slide there. So in our preventive work, we are, first and foremost, it's just important to say that we are, as many other speakers also have mentioned, finally firmly anchored in the conviction that violence can be prevented, that no boys or men sort of are born violent and ready to use violence. So we can prevent violence. And we started developing our violence preventive work in Sweden around 10 years ago. And we did that because we saw that there was a lack of systematic work going on in Sweden to prevent gender-based violence. There were little bits and pieces of initiatives happening here and there, but nothing systematic. We saw that a lot of the work that were done on a larger scale, like the anti-bullying work, lacked a gender perspective, which we found sort of problematic since a lot of violence is highly gendered. And together with other partners, such as organizations within the broader feminist movement, we also saw the need to get a paradigm shift from not just dealing with the consequences of the violence, but to really start investing and focusing on the preventive work. So that's sort of where we started. I will talk more specifically about one of the prevention programs that we have that is called Mentors in Violence Prevention. This is a school-based program that was developed in the US quite many years ago, and we have sort of taken it to Sweden and adopted it to a Swedish context. MVP is an early prevention program, so it really sort of targets broad target groups and usually before the violence happens. It has a gender transformative approach, which means that we both recognize the gendered nature of violence, but also within the program aim to change both gendered power structures and the harmful and stereotypical gender norms that affects both men and women. We also have a specific focus in this program on boys and men. And MVP has three key components built into it. The first one is to understand violence, not only as severe physical violence, but as a spectrum from sort of milder, perhaps verbal violence, even sexist jokes, discriminatory ideas about the other, to sort of ranging from there and all the way to the severe physical and sexualized violence that we see that happens but doesn't happen as often at all as the milder violence. So that is one thing that we do. We try to broaden that understanding, but also to see how the milder violence really is creating conditions and enables the more severe violence. The other part that I was already a bit into was to challenge stereotypical gender norms and perhaps specifically to actually address the links between masculinity norms and expectations on boys and men to both be able to stand violence, and to be subjected to violence, and to be able to use violence when necessary or in certain situations. And the third component is to encourage active bystander interventions. And this in practice means that we want to increase the ability to respond to violence in constructive ways. And bystander intervention logic means that can happen both before violence occurs, while it's happening, but also afterwards. And it's not one single way of responding, but it's really about doing something, because we know that the silence and the failure to act or to do or say something from the people that are around a violent situation is really creating a sort of okay, like this is okay that it happened. But it's also so that if you want to change people's behaviors and attitudes, it's much more efficient to address people as potential positive agents that can do something good for someone else than to address boys as potential perpetrators of violence, for example, or for that matter, to address girls as potential victims. Yes. The other line of work that I also wanted to mention that is the psychosocial support to boys and men. As has been brought up, I think, both by Stine and Christian and by Jannike, is that men and boys are also obviously, even though they get power and privilege from the prevailing power structures and by the expectations placed on them, they are also hurt by rigid norms or expectations on masculinity, and I think that the expectations on men to be strong and to be competent and to be self-sufficient has sort of the flip side to it, that it is considered unmanly to be unable or to fail or to be vulnerable or weak. So this means that boys, as they are brought up, are disencouraged when expressing fear or vulnerability, and that leaves a lot of boys and men with lesser abilities to handle trauma, and with a fear of seeking support or reaching out to someone when they would actually really need to. And this policing that happens to boys, it happens from their peers, but also from adults in their surroundings. And then eventually people start policing themselves. So the support that we offer, it's an online sort of low threshold chat support hotline that is open 5 nights a week. And so we meet we have around 6,000 support conversations in a year. And since 2019, we have complemented this work also with perpetrator work. So we can identify boys in need of support, and we can offer that boys that have experience of using violence as a complement to this broader support. And what we do is that we encourage and support the boys that come to us and say that they need to talk about something that is difficult in their lives, because we know that is perhaps the first hindrance. And I think that really much relates to what Christian was talking about, that many boys that we later see using violence are really maybe start with a hurt and a loneliness. We support pro-social behavior, but also identify boys in need of professional support. And they can be both boys that are using violence and hurting others, but also those who have experienced violence earlier on in their lives. So I'm going to stop there, but I look forward to the panel discussion and can develop more of the work and the experiences that we have. I think that linked to the topic of this conference, I think this kind of support that we are and others as well are offering is the good thing is that it takes place online already. It's anonymous. It reaches boys to a much greater extent than other support services. And it has the potential to actually target some of the risk factors that we see for committing gender-based violence. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna. And as it was already mentioned, we will have a short break soon, and then we will continue with the panel discussion where most of you are also joining us. But we still have a few minutes, so I thought we could take few questions that are coming from our online viewers. The first question is concerning the Angry Internet report as it was published during Denmark's presidency last year. Maybe you could give some perspective about the conversation in Denmark when the report was published. Has there been like some kind of dialogue with decision makers or sort of new way? Can you already see some changes in the structures and how things are handled? Yes. Christian.
One thing I think was evident was Janneke also touched on it, that we only found 850 authors or perpetrators of this violent, misogynistic conversation. But one thing that really has taken hold in Denmark is an attention to the democratic detriment that these communities also bring with them, because we do see that violence, before it gets physical, before it gets to actual terror attacks or mass murders aimed at women, we do see like the online conversation pushing women, especially young women, especially, forgive me the phrasing, but loud feminists, pushing them out of the debate via death threats or hate speech and so on and so forth. And this understanding of a democratic necessity to not only understand but also combat this problem has really taken hold in Denmark. And I think that is where our future research lies, in democracy alongside violence prevention.
Thank you. Sina, do you want to add something to?
Yeah, I do actually, because I was just thinking that yes, 850 is, well, seemingly a small number, but it still means that a lot of people, well, 850 people might not seem like a lot, but they can post a lot of content. And also, as Christian says, it has detrimental effects on our democracy and on the public debate online, because it only takes a few people to take a thread and turn it completely around and just start posting personal attacks instead. And as soon as one person does this, then there will be other people tagging along. So we don't need that many perpetrators of online violence for the debate to be skewed and for this having detrimental effects to democracy. So yes, it might be a small number, but it's still, as far as I'm concerned, 850 people too many.
Thank you. Then there was another question. Is there a dilemma here when we are offering angry men, quotation marks, alternative social environments, reinforcing the idea that they are entitled to the emotional work of others? Do you need me to repeat the question? So I think the question is kind of trying to touch this idea that men who have already sort of caused maybe pain and suffering for somebody else, that then we create more sort of emotional support and safe space. It's not a straight translation, but I'm trying to sort of understand the question. Yes, Christian.
I think it really depends on whether or not we want a punitive sense of justice or if we want a rehabilitatory sense of judgment, sense of justice. The basic foundation of judicial work in Denmark is that we don't do it to punish you, we do it to help you get better. We want to rehabilitate you. And yes, sometimes that means that we use resources on quote unquote the bad guys. But if we understand these men not as just haven't woken up one morning and thought to myself, I'm going to be a terrorist, I'm going to specifically aim women and minorities, and that is going to be my whole new calling. But if we understand and acknowledge, just like Janneke said, and just like Anna also said, there's a lead-in. There's a reason why you end up here. And I think one perspective on it that I live by is that we as a society should have caught these men long before they end up in mine and Stina's research. Like, that was our responsibility. We didn't. So now we need to play catch up. And I don't think it's wrong in any way to use resources in a rehabilitatory measure. I'd be very sad if we only used it in a punitive measure.
Wonderful, thank you. I think we have one. Anna, you want to continue on this, please?
Yeah, no, but I think that in all this work, it's really important to keep those two things in mind at the same time. That we both need to understand that men as a group continue to have power and privilege, and based on that have a certain sense of entitlement that we as a society need to continue to challenge. So privilege and power should not sort of go unspoken about, and we need to deal with the harm that patriarchy causes to men themselves. And I think the sad part in this is that when angry men that are really from I think all our perspectives sort of also hurt by patriarchy attack feminists because it's like gender equality's fault or feminist fault, when it's actually like right the other way around. So but I do think that we need to balance these two perspectives when we do this work.
Thank you. And still quick comment from Jannike, yes.
It's totally in line with the previous speakers, and giving someone care and understanding is not the opposite of taking responsibility. Like me, if you are hateful or you are perpetrating violence, you are still accountable for your actions and you have a responsibility for what you do, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't meet people with care and understanding.
Great, thank you. And now it's time for me to thank Sine for joining our conference and sharing the Angry Internet report. With others, we will continue after the break with the panel discussion. But thank you for this segment, and I'll see you soon. So we're going to have a 15-minute break, and then we'll continue with the same subject, but in more of a panel form. Thank you. Welcome back from the break, and it's time for our final panel conversation of the first day of the conference. And it's kind of a continuation from the previous segment with the headline, Masculinities and the Roles of Men in Preventing Gender-Based Online Hate and Harassment. And we are joined by some familiar faces already. We have Christian Mogensen, we have Jannike Stav and Anna Lindqvist. And then we have a fourth panelist that I will introduce with more detail because we are meeting Nitin Sod now for the first time. Nitin is a human rights professional with expertise in gender issues, anti-racism, and digital rights. He has experience on human rights issues in different working environments, including at the EU delegation in India and at the Finnish parliament. Since moving back to Finland, Nitin has been involved in setting up two NGOs, FemR, that is an organization for BIPOC people run by BIPOC people, and a feminist men's organization called Miehet ry. Welcome, Nitin, and welcome everybody back to our panel segment. I think I would like to start this time with Nitin, so we also maybe hear a little bit about your background. It was mentioned in your introduction that you were one of the founding members of Miehet ry, which is a feminist men's organization. And I think it's very, very much attached to the topic that we are talking about, sort of men taking action. And it's very much a grassroots movement. So do you want to share a little bit of how the organization was founded, what kind of conversation was maybe going on behind the scenes before you started, and how it all came together?
Of course, thank you very much for invitation to this panel. It's really a pleasure to talk here with you on very important issues. Regarding your question and the story behind Miehet ry, I mean, as you said, it really relates to the topic of the event today. So I guess in short, I don't want to make the story too long, is that I noticed, and a lot of people in my circles also noticed, that there were really no voices. There were a couple of perhaps how the men's rights movement. There was typical the MRI, so men's rights activists that were trying to push, men's rights in a way that was undermining, for example, women's rights, or pitting women's rights against men's rights, and in a way that we were seeing that, in fact, that, for example, improving women's rights and discussing women's rights would be some kind of a threat to men's rights. And I think there was a bit of a lack of conversation in Finland going on, how in fact we can use feminism, for example, to support men's rights in Finland, and how we can actually break down the narrow gender stereotypes with using feminist tools, for example. So I think there was also a news. So the men's rights organization that was already existing, they were getting a lot of headlines and audience in the news, in the discourse, and we thought that we need to break this. We need to actually deconstruct this and have a new voices around as well, where men actually put forward men's rights, who want to advance men's rights, but on the issues of how with using the feminist tools. So I think we got a lot of feedback, positive feedback, and that's kind of the story. And also, how can we as a man use our privilege to support women's rights, transgender rights, LGBTQ rights, anti-racism as well? Because at the same time, while we recognize that there are things that we need to improve in the field of to improve the men's roles, for example, to breaking down the the very stereotypical roles that are assigned to men, we can also at the same time use our privilege to support other marginalized groups or whose rights needs more advancement. I guess that's in the short.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for sharing the story. My own experience, if I look at Finland, is that there's now quite a lot or some conversation going on that is more started by men. We have podcasts and influencers and Instagram accounts and new kind of media where men are also trying to sort of break these unhealthy cycles and roles and kind of trying to take up new kind of space as men, trying to find different kind of narratives. Is this something that you can also find in other Nordic countries like in Denmark or Sweden or Norway? Yes.
I think definitely. 6 months ago, me and some colleagues in Denmark started a Danish Men's Society, a equal or egalitarian organization based around men. I think all of us are feminists, and we want to be partaking in the egalitarian debate. And so far, we've had a really amazing reception. Apparently, that is a voice that has not, like we heard before, been found in the debate up until now. What we do have in Denmark is a lot of groups that see men's rights activism as a opposition to a current development as a progressive society. We want to build on the progression, and so far have been very well received. And we are very much inspired by Men and Mihed, Aru, and many of the other Nordic organizations. So insofar, it's really working.
Thank you. Do others want to elaborate on the same subject? Do you want to comment on it still from your perspective? Yes, Anna.
Yes, no, I think it's a general trend that there are both a lot more talk about the role of men and boys in gender equality work and in violence prevention, like on a general basis, but also that there are more men. I think in Sweden, we can see it, for example, from politicians, that it's more common now that male ministers and politicians that aren't necessarily in charge of the gender equality work, but that still sort of address issues of violence and talking about the need to work with men and boys, or that they talk about destructive masculinity norms. So I do think that there is this field is advancing, and it's things are happening, and which is of course positive.
Most of the perpetrators of online hate and harassment are men, and then this is something that we've been sort of touching up on throughout the day. What do we know about the reasons behind the phenomenon? And I know that already partly in the previous segment we were talking about this, but would you like to sort of open the phenomenon and the reasons behind a little bit more now in this panel segment? Jannica. Yes.
I know this morning, Thomas Blomqvist, he started off with saying that this is not a new phenomenon. It's just the arena is new. So when we say online hate and harassment, we had hate and harassment and anger and aggression for a very long time, but the big difference now is that we have the internet. And the reasons behind, should we look at the reasons behind hate and aggression? It will be different than why we have it online. But now you have such big opportunities to meet other people online and be kind of inspired, getting negative influence from other people who share the same views that you didn't have before. And I know I said earlier that 850 is not many. It's way too many. Every attack on another person is one attack too many. But in total, in Nordic countries, if you have 850 aggressive haters, I mean, that's what I meant. It's not a high number, but still we have to do something about it. We have to have strategies for the problem group, but we also have to have strategies for the risk group and also for the whole society on how to work with norms.
Christian, yes.
In regard to the 850, it needs to be noted that we only looked, as Stina presented, on Twitter, Reddit, and 4chan. Those are not even close to the worst pits of the internet that we can find, but those are the ones that we could extrapolate data from. And yes, we found 850 authors, but that was with a very tight-knit, tight-masked net, where we found someone who was explicitly from a Nordic country and explicitly was talking about Nordic feminists or Nordic policies or Nordic feminism, and were also violent in their disposition. So, like, we lowered, or we heightened the bar and the threshold as much as we could. I think one important thing to note here is that, yeah, it has been said, but a lot of these men go into environments with a very understandable desire to be understood, to find a level of compassion. And if we can provide safe spaces online that are not these cesspools of violence or hatred or vitriol, we have come a very far way. I think one of the most important distinctions here is that anger is not necessarily a bad emotion. We have the Me Too movement that is very angry. That is an oppositional culture to something that was unfair. We had the Arabic Spring that was also an angry revolution, because it fought something that was unfair. What we need to look at here is not only anger, but also the sense of entitlement that has come with years, generations, centuries of privileged patriarchal societies.
Yes, Jannike.
Extremely important difference there between anger and aggression and violence and hate, because anger is a healthy emotion, and we don't do anger management therapy in our clinic. We work with violence. And when we researched the males who come to our center for treatment, we did a large study with 192 men who had perpetrated domestic violence. We saw that 75% of them had been exposed to physical violence when growing up, and almost 2/3 had been victims of child abuse when they were young. And 1/3 of them were in contact with the helpers when they were small. So there are points in their life where it would have been possible to change a course. If we go back to Stina's traffic light model of red, orange, and green that we saw earlier today.
Yes, Nitin.
Just to also briefly comment on Christian's point on the entitlement. I think that's a very good point as well, because one thing that has happened with the internet as well, it's one of the things that has happened with the internet is democratizing also, that the fact that the public space is, there is no gatekeepers. So that means also that marginalized voice and women who have been traditionally, throughout the history, been excluded from the public conversation are taking the spaces and getting their voices heard. So the fact that there is, there's differentiation between online and offline violence, I don't think that's a good idea. But still, one of the reasons for online violence is the fact that there are more voices heard but those people's voices are heard who haven't been heard before as well. So if you think of human rights and activism, generally speaking, so I think there is a kind of a backslash. There's a reasoning for backslash is the fact that now now there's a democratization through that, where marginalized people are getting their voices heard. So entitlement is a very good reason. It's the fear of losing that privilege. But I think we should understand that the fact that everyone else is getting their voices heard is not away from anyone.
Christian, you wanted to comment on this.
Yeah, to elaborate on Nitsen's point, which I totally agree with, one of the, I don't know if I want to call it a problem with the internet, but at least one obstacle we need to engage in is that when we give the debate, or open the debate to everybody online, we don't have the same level of curation that you do have in newspapers or media articles usually, where you interview the experts. On the internet, everybody is an expert, which can be very good, but it can also be very detrimental to both COVID and egalitarian politics and gender violence, because everybody has an opinion. And on a like-based or attention-based economy, like social media is, everybody has only one like and only one level of attention, so everybody is equal. I think some of the discussions that we've seen here is that not everybody's voice needs to be made equal.
So I guess then the question is that what is from your perspective, what is something that needs to sort of maybe change in masculinity? Or when we talk about men, it was quite obvious also in the previous segment that there was all these statements made about men not having sort of this space to say that I'm lost, or I don't know, or I need help, or a lot of kind of more vulnerable and sensitive sides that then are maybe a connection also to the greater society.
Yeah, I think it stems from a point I made earlier that men have a very elaborate language for anger, for fighting back, for understanding themselves, like Jannica said, as fighters rather than victims. Like it's pervaded in media over the past 30, 40, 60 years that when man is wronged, he gets angry and then he fights back. And like, if this is the notion, like if this is the only level of understanding we have as men about ourselves, that if we are wronged, we need to fight back, then if we feel wronged, we need to find someone to fight. Like the men's rights activist movement from the post Second World War years in the US started as being anti-capitalist. They started by wanting to fight the system because the system put them in this gender stereotypical role of provider into father into the grave. They fought back against that, but it's really hard to fight capitalism. So instead they pivoted to fight women. And that is kind of where we are still, like 60 years later. And having a language for something else than anger would be what we'd need online. And that is what Nitin is teaching, like acknowledging the emotions, but maybe taking a step back and understanding yourself as not only a brave warrior.
Great, thank you. Do others want to elaborate on that, on the sort of the changing role of masculinity? I would assume that somehow it's at the center of all of your work. Yes, Anna.
Yes, well, I think we both need to dismantle sort of the power inequalities, of course, and I think we will have gender-based violence as an effect and as something making inequality stick as well, as long as we have an unequal world. So I think it's not just norms around masculinity, but also power in a really material and actual form that need to change. But then, of course, I think for us, the vision is not sort of a new masculinity or a better masculinity, but rather a society where we are not shaped by expectations that are linked to our gender at all, so that we could all, both men and women and others, be sort of freer individuals. So in that sense, not a new, better masculinity, because that can also be very much linked to power and domination, but in a different shape.
So more of creating a space where everybody can be seen as individuals and part of the community.
Yeah.
To put it very simply, but yeah.
Mm.
Okay. Jannica, you were also in the previous segment talking a lot about how we should have more conversation about violence and have the courage to also talk about it with children. But I would assume a lot of people sort of hearing that, it's still also myself as a parent, that it's kind of hard to sort of figure out that from where to start and sort of the sensitivity around the issue, that I do also realize that it's something that I don't talk about as a parent with my child. And
Great of you to share that.
Sorry?
Thank you for sharing.
Yeah,
Thank you for sharing, because I don't think you're the only one.
Yeah.
It's hard to find the right words to use with small children. And I think when childcare and daycare, preschool and schools start teaching more about it, I think children will get more of a language and ask more at home. And also with the attention in media, parents will also start talking more with their children, because they pick up on things. I think in all the Nordic countries, there are differences in how far we gotten in our school curriculum and in the daycare curriculum as well. Denmark for many years have a cross curriculum in schools that is called something with family health, that's supposed to be implemented in different courses for the students. And in Norway, this course curriculum is being developed now, but we didn't call it family health. We call it mastering of life mastery. And I'm wondering so much if they're gonna put alcoholism, drugs, mental health in parents, or domestic violence in this curriculum like it is in Denmark already. So I'm hoping we're inspired by Denmark, so that it's actually something all daycares and the schools have to do to start early. I really hope so.
And Nitin, I wanted to ask you, maybe also from the BIPOC perspective, that when we talk about masculinity and role of men, what kind of specific does that angle bring into the conversation?
Apologies, takes a bit time to unmute myself.
Oh, sorry.
No, I heard a question, but I was like, oh, how do I unmute myself? Yeah, really great question. And I think this is something we need to also take into consideration when discussing masculinities, the intersectional approach as well. Because especially considering, for example, young people, especially young boys, who are also BIPOC people, and what kind of expectations they are experiencing, and how, for example, a sense of belonging to them. Because not only if you view there's a fact that they are pressurized, what kind of role models they're getting as man and masculine, as man from the society, but also the fact that a lot of times the discussion in sexual violence regarding gender-based violence, especially in Finland, is also often framed as something that, for example, BIPOC men are to blame on. So a lot of time the conversation in Finland is something when we are discussing, for example, sexual violence or violence against women, gender-based violence, it's often seen as a problem of the other. So BIPOC people or the families who have arrived from outside of Europe. And I think that's a hugely problematic way to frame this conversation. That affects a lot of young boys who are black or people black or brown, because they're also seen as a threat in multiple different ways. And that affects their sense of belonging a lot in the Finnish society. I know it's a similar way in other Nordic countries, but a lot of times here, the framing of the conversation regarding gender-based violence tends to often go to the fact that it's the immigrants and it's the immigrant men who do this, and not the so-called white Finnish men.
Great, thank you. We are talking here today in the Nordic context, and I was thinking that when we talk about the role of men and masculinity, are there sort of specific maybe challenges when we took up, if we look at sort of the Nordic society, if we can make it like a more general, challenges, either some kind of advantages that are sort of supporting the work? If we sort of look at the welfare society of this kind of Nordic model. Yes, Jannike.
I I think getting the media involved is extremely important, and for years that has been done in Norway, and I don't know what it's like in the other Nordic countries, but to use the correct language when it comes to gender-based violence. That if you're going to debate an article online, the article has to describe in a good way what actually happened. So if you don't call an assault, you call it something else, you will get a debate that's shaped by the words in the article. So one example from Norway is that before, domestic violence used to be called house quarrel in media, but this has been worked with the mainstream like newspapers that house quarrel is domestic violence, and earlier we also saw that family tragedies is now called murder and suicide. It's not a family tragedy if someone murders their partner, it should say murder. So you work with the language of the newspapers and TV news to actually get the correct words to it. And this is ongoing all the time, and I see in a feminist forum where I'm a member, actually the members of this group will send emails to the newspaper to correct the language if they see that it's not being described in the best way to the when it's assault and violence we're talking about.
Thank you. Do others want to comment on yes, Nitin?
I think there's a sense of also regarding gender-based violence, there's a sense of Nordic exceptionalism as well, in a way that we at the global scale, when you look at, we tend to always portray as well as very forward and progressive country as this in Finland. And so the Nordic exceptionalism, in a way, also kind of might hide the problems and how media is also portraying these issues. And looking at the fact in Finland as well, especially intimate violence and domestic violence, how you can, in Finland, it's still possible to have a reconciliation process in that and not the judicial issue. So there's an option for that. So I think these are huge, very much a Nordic specific problems. And regarding masculinities, what you said in the beginning as well, so that we have more and more, I think, representation. We have, for example, the podcasts, and but I still think it's still very narrow, and I think it's still, when you look at the images, and it's still reinforcing, I think, it still doesn't allow spaces for expression yourself. Different expressions, especially for young kids and for youth. There's a specific way you need to express your gender, and that discussion is still really hard, I think, in Finland, because we also tend to mix up, for example, gender sensitive and gender neutral things, and a lot of there's also often conversation about, can boys be now boys and can girls just be girls if they want to, and that's a huge problem when you're actually mixing up two things and you're not really understanding what do we mean, for example, with gender sensitive upbringing, for example, or education, and what does it mean, and not that everything is gender blind and that we don't see gender at all. So these are some, I think, specific issues that we are facing, at least in Finland. I cannot speak for whole Nordics.
Great, thank you. Christian, you wanted to comment?
Yes, if we look at the Nordic countries as a whole, one thing that really exemplifies us, we found in our research during the angry incident, is a collectivistic way of thinking and a collectivistic way of doing society. That also means that masculinity, when brought up in prepubescent lives or in adolescent lives, masculinity is something that happens as a negotiation with a group of other guys, soon to be men, meaning that this notion of, or this negotiation of how to be a man is something you also do to fit in, but also to become yourself. And when we have these very strong, very conservative masculinity ideals, everybody in the group as a whole, if we look at the group as a whole, it might hold these values, these very conservative values and ideas wholly and say this is what we should aspire to. But as individuals, the members of the group might disagree with them but they adhere to them to fit in, meaning that this pseudo quasi masculinity, very conservative way of thinking is something that we got due to each other as well as due to victims of gender-based violence, because we think it's the right way to do so. And as I think the quote from like one quote I go back to a lot is from Men in Black, like the 90s comedy movie, where someone says, people are smart, but groups of people are stupid. And that's kind of what we run into here. That we have this boys will be boys locker room idea. One thing that inspires me a lot in my work is the Swedish project Locker Room Talk, where you engage with groups of young men saying that, well, nobody believes in this ideal, so you should stop putting it upon each other.
Thank you. We have quite a lot of questions from the viewers, so I thought I'm going to, at this point, pick up a few questions from people from online. First of the question is, many of the men active in the men's movement in Sweden are POC. Also in Finland, they are proportionally bigger amount of openly feminist men. So does this mean that it comes from not fitting into the norm of men? Do you need me to repeat the question? So there is kind of an observation that a lot of men that are more involved in feminism, for example, in Sweden or in Finland, they represent BIPOC or POC people. So does that already sort of come from some kind of an feeling of an outsider and being more able to relate to feminism or women? How do you see that? I'm just interpreting the question, but that's what I think it means. Whoever feels like you have something to say on this, just raise your hand or yeah, Anna.
Yes, no, but I get a little insecure about the term, the POC. What?
I think it means BIPOC people. Yes.
BIPOC people. I mean, there is a lot of international research done on what brings men into feminist movement and what brings men into the work of gender justice. And I think that definitely an own experience and sense of nonconformity with the hegemonic masculinity norms is one of them. I think another strong element that we maybe often overlook is that a lot of the men that come to feminist movement do so because they are close to feminist women. So feminist women, be their friends or sisters or partners or even a mother or some other woman that are important to them, sort of introduce or encourage this engagement. So I do think, I think that there can be several ways of coming into this movement, but I do think that generally for us as a broad social justice movement, there is a lot of opportunity to use different experiences of exclusion or discrimination to understand both one's own privilege and the lack of privilege of others. So of course there's this possibility to move between movements. Yeah.
Great, thank you, Christian. Yes.
I think in a very baseline, in a very black and white rudimentary understanding of feminism is a project to challenge the status quo. And when we see a lot of BIPOC people engaging with feministic movements, I would venture a guess that it stems from the fact that they are also benefiting from challenging the status quo because they are prejudiced against. And I have to acknowledge the fact that as a wide average cis hetero male, I would not personally benefit from challenging the status quo because right now the scales are very much tipped in my favor. So I can understand why BIPOC people would statistically, over a large amount of people, be more inclined to do so. I think it makes very perfect sense.
Thanks for sharing. There's actually a question that I think is kind of connected to what you were just saying, Christian. Privilege is at the core of many misogynistic haters' anger, yet they deny having privilege and see themselves as victims. How do we shift those attitudes? this is something that we touched upon a little bit already before, but Christian, yeah, and then Anna, yeah.
One thing that worked very well in my research is to, first of all, I totally agree. What we've seen a lot when researching hate speech or hate mails and threats directed at women or male feminists is that they are told they're not allowed to be part of the debate. Like, you are detrimental to democracy, therefore we need to kill you, etc., etc. And I think one conversation that needs to be had is that you personally can have a shitty life but still be part of a privileged group of people. And maybe you don't have a shitty life because of your skin color, your sexuality, your hair color, whatever. You can still have a shitty life, but we do still acknowledge that your life can be hard, but also say at the same time, it's not because of the color of your skin or because of your gender. Those two things aren't mutually exclusive. And if we engage in, it can get kind of long-haired, but if we engage in a more modern understanding of feminism, that would also encompass these men who feel that they're being told that they are privileged, but personally experience the opposite of privilege. So you personally can have privilege, but still have a sucky life. Those two are not mutually exclusive.
And then Anna.
Yes, I have so many thoughts in my head now, so I don't know where to start. But I mean, I do agree. Of course, we are many things at the same time. Considering, I think we have done a lot of work in Sweden, looking at, for example, center periphery, sort of urban areas and rural areas, but also at class. So of course, there are many men in Sweden that are included in the, when we talk about men as a group have privilege, that don't feel at all privileged, and they can be both privileged and unprivileged, depending on the different rooms they are in, or depending on the situation. And they can have shitty lives either way, just as Christian was saying. But I do think that one key to understanding this is also to understand the externalization of problems. I think that the way we raise boys, to not train to self-reflect and see and talk about what is happening to me, who am I, what am I feeling, why am I feeling like this? And boys don't get a lot of help and support by peers or by others to understand themselves in the world. And I think that this sort of makes it a lot, the easy way then as you grow up is to externalize all kinds of problems. So the problem lies with someone else, because I think, of course, women have the same situation. They can also be privileged in many other ways and still have shitty lives, but they are also trained differently to think around the experiences and personal experiences that they have, and they get support in a different way. So yeah, that can be sort of one piece of the puzzle as well.
Thank you. Nitin, did you want to add something?
Kind of did. I'm trying to wrap how to formulate my thoughts in my head regarding. So I think what has been mentioned is really true, that there's a lot of times that you see yourself as a victim as well, because we are talking about men, and we need to adapt. For example, we need to adapt the intersectional approach when we are talking about discrimination and issues related to gender-based violence. I think a really big issue, I think, is what Christian as well said, that I would disagree with, that challenging the status quo wouldn't support or wouldn't help, straight, cis, white males. I think it would actually do help them, because it's feminism. I think it's this challenge status quo is challenging also the roles that have been ascribed to by patriarchy to all men, for example. So it does, in a way, liberate everyone. I think one of the ways to tackle the issue, though, regarding how to shift, I think we need to have, and that this is a bit unfortunate, what I'm going to say, but we need to have more people from those who they can relate to talk about these things. So, for example, me, who I think I have amazing expertise on these issues, but as a gay, brown, mad, I don't think I can go and talk, for example, in countryside. I will not be the right person they will listen to. So they need to have someone who they can relate to, but understand also these issues, who they will listen. And I think, for example, when you do anti-racism trainings, for example, it's always important to have evidently a BIPOC person there, but also a white person, because it's often seen that when it's coming from someone that you can relate to, it's more objective, the information you're getting. Okay, because if I'm going to say something on these issues and they view me as already kind of like, an external thing that's coming and trying to blame them on something, or also like my expertise that I'm trying to portray as a neutral thing, is subjective in a way, because I'm coming from a certain position and I have certain prejudices against them. So I think one way to tackle this issue is actually getting more people, and those having those peers, that kind of way to get those people actually listen and hear us what we have to say.
Christian.
Yeah, very much. And Nitin, I totally agree. Personally, of course, I think that everybody wins with feminism. Like, that is what we promote. Like, everybody wins. But when I say that the narrative of the white man giving something away once we institute feminism, it's because that is what I hear. Like, a lot of the pushback I hear when talking about feminism, when talking about gender equality, is that someone or political entities succeeded in poisoning the terminology around feminism, that a lot of men, a lot of my peers, think that if we institute feminism, it means that the men will take some of our privilege and give it to someone else. It's very hard for a lot of people from my demographic group to understand the fact that, no, actually, it's a weight being lifted off of our shoulders. But yes, of course, everybody wins with feminism. Like, we should all be feminists. And the next outreach program, one of the outreach programs we're going to do in Denmark is based on the notion that you're already feminist, you just don't know it. Because especially when I talk to male teenagers and we talk about gender equality, we talk about gender stereotypes, and we talk about all these feminist values and projects, and I say, wouldn't it be cool if we instituted that? All of them say, yes, of course, like, that would be amazing. And then I say, congratulations, you just ascended into feminism. And then I get the pushback, no, I'm not feminist. I agree with the ideas, and that's a problem. Like, understanding that feminism isn't anti-male is a huge project that we have right now in Denmark, and, to my experience, other Nordic countries as well.
Thank you.
But yes, Nitin, thank you so much for the clarification. It was an important point to make.
The next question is something that you maybe touched a little on already, but how can we support the need of young men's needs of sense of belonging? So how can we support the need of young men's need for sense of belonging? So maybe we should now, especially in this question, sort of look at children, boys, young men. Does somebody want to answer that question? How can we support the sense of belonging? Anna, yes.
I'll just start somewhere. I think that one of the things that we really need to do is we need to work with what is happening in groups of boys. I think just looking at my own children and how there are so many environments where they are alone with each other, and that being, for a boy to be in a group of boys is a really, really hard environment, in the sense that there's a lot of policing and status hunt going on there. So I think that boys learn really, really fast what happens if you don't sort of conform. I think the ridicule that boys are subject to, and all the way that what is feminine is being used as a way to degrade boys, makes them limit themselves and also start policing others really, really early. And I think that the violence that is also happening between boys, the sort of joke kind of low intense violence that is happening in schoolyards and within schools and in football practices is something that we as the grown-up society, we need to be much more vigilant of that and much clearer about what is accepted, because I think that this boys are molded into both limiting themselves but also feeling really unsafe with other men. At least that is our experience of talking to many men, that they find groups of men really really unsafe spaces. And I think that also inhibits a safe feeling of belonging.
That's a very good point, and I think from one angle, this was something that Stine was also talking about, sort of this going in between sort of my own core values and do I have the courage and permission to follow them, or do I just have to take the route where I'm sort of guaranteed this sense of belonging into the group, which is also maybe connected to the policing as well. Yes, Jannike.
I can put my first thought when you asked this question was about the value of fathering. The father's role in a family is something we need to appreciate if we're gonna go to a fully gender equal society. I mean, women in the Nordic countries have access to full daycare. Like families, we have the mothers and fathers have access to have their children in full-time daycare, which makes it possible for us to have this society built up this way. And in other countries, it's not like this. And at the same time that we can have daycare, we also have to value the role of boys becoming fathers, that they're just as important as a parent as mothers. And I'm not sure we are fully there yet when it comes to mothering and fathering. Because an example from our clinic is that when people talk about fathers being absent, it's more accepted somehow that fathers can be absent. It's somehow described as a lack of parental ability that they're absent, or that they're not having such a big role in the family is described as lack of ability. But when it comes to mothers who are absent, it's as if they have the ability but they choose not to. And I think we talk about parenting in different ways when it comes to gender. Mothers who are absent are like emotionally not present, or they're rejecting, or they don't have enough energy. But with fathers, we think differently about fathers. Everyone will have to speak for themselves on this point, but being a father is something we should value or see as important for boys growing up.
Christian.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that's an amazing point to make. And I want to tie it back to what I talked about briefly earlier, where I talked about the onset of the men's rights liberation movement in the US in the early 50s was to exactly liberate men from this notion that men will become fathers when they have become providers. And that is what we see here is when men are reduced to providers of the family, their absence is kind of excused, whereas mothers are then inherently put into the role of caregivers, meaning that they can't be excused. They need to be there. They need to be present. The man can be absent because, well, he's out providing, or he went somewhere else to find better possibilities of providing. And once again, this notion of gender stereotypical roles damages both fathers and mothers, men and women. So yes, I think perfect point. Thank you.
Great, thank you. One topic that I still wanted to sort of touch upon was I think it was Jannike that you sort of brought up in your own speech in the previous segment, was also the stigma around young men if they recognize this violent behavior in themselves or anger that they don't know how to handle or what to do with it. So how do you see from your perspective where to go? Is it clear for young men to from where and how to seek help, or Are there places to go to, and how does the culture sort of react to it?
It's getting better, I can say that. It's slowly developing. Every time there's a new web page about how to get help with violence, I will go in there and I will check, okay, is it like if you're a victim, call this number, or is it if you are a victim or if you have used violence, call this number? Or and I think that's something all countries can do, like take a check on all the national helplines they have. Is it both for the ones who use and for the ones who've been exposed? And I believe that a lot of campaigns and speeches towards young people, also our national regulations for our school nurse services have been a focus on victims. It hasn't been so much addressing the perpetrator or the ones using violence, to say that if you when you get a girlfriend or if you become older and you get aggressive, seek help. This is where you can go. We have to say this. It's somehow easier for us to say if you're a victim, seek help, but it should be mandatory to mention both when you go out and campaign, I think.
Right. Could it even be somehow...
And there's a long way to go on this.
Could it also be in some way something that would be kind of said out loud to everybody? I mean, in terms of this is maybe like an arc that I'm trying to create here, but I remember when I became a father, and I can still, my daughter is now 7 years old, but I can remember so clearly when she was like 1 month old, and we went to see the doctor, and he spoke very openly and clearly about this sort of anger as a parent that you might feel for your own child, and how to control that or seek for help when you're stressed and you're tired. And I think it's a little bit similar kind of area, a lot of stigma, a lot of shame. But I think it was very effective that it was kind of, it felt like it was a thing that they say to every new parent. So somehow should also this anger and violence be something that it concerns in a way, maybe all of us. We can all find ourselves somehow in that situation.
Yeah. It's been implemented in the national action plans in Norway that you should start from pregnancy on, asking about what it's with conflict in your couple, and then also when you have a baby. Like you said, you should ask when the baby is 6 weeks, when the kid is 3 years, when the kid starts school. So we have at set points through life where you should ask the parents about their aggression and the anger and what it's like when they argue. And I think that's very important, because it's not that long ago that we got a law prohibiting all forms of violence against children in Norway. That was 2010. That's like 11 years ago. So our history is not, we've come a very long way in just 50 years when it comes to violence against children. And it's very, it's like, it's a puzzle to me how we can be so slow on prohibiting violence against children and then talk so much about violence against adults or animals. But I mean, in the US and in Great Britain, they still don't have a prohibition against violence against kids. So we're bringing up children who can be exposed to violence when they're small, and they grow up to be adults. So I think it's extremely important.
Thank you, Jannike. And Anna, you raised your hand as well.
Yes, no, but I totally agree with Jannike that we need to both offer services, and I think that the way masculinity looks now, we also need to specifically address men, not just to also say that this is also for you to seek help. And I do think that we can do a lot with the questions asked by professionals that meet us in different roles in school and healthcare. But I also think that we could expect more from men to be sort of pro-social and positive agents in each other's lives. I think sort of expanding on the bystander idea, I think that men could also be trained and encouraged to ask actual sincere questions about how are you, how are things in your relationship, I see this thing that it concerns me. So I do think that a lot of there are almost always a lot of signs of warning signs when violence is happening, for example, in a close relationship. And I think that we are all, men and women alike, sort of a bit scared to interfere or perhaps misinterpret things. But I specifically think that in male friendships and in groups where men are, to ask questions that can actually encourage or help someone to seek help or to tell is something that we could do a lot more of. Yeah.
Thank you. Christian.
Unsurprisingly, I agree. I'm 34. I'm a feminist. I feel like I'm very well connected to my emotions. I have friends I've known for more than 20 years who I love and consider them my best friends. When we ask each other how everything is going, everything is always going fine. Like, we're just a group of guys where everybody is constantly feeling fine. Up until around midnight and 2 or 3 beers in, then someone might say, actually, I'm not fine. Actually, this part of my life sucks. But it takes, even with people I've known for 20 years, it takes hours and beers to not just reduce our feelings to fine. Because I think there's still this systemic notion that if we are not fine, if we're not successful, if we haven't conquered, then we are less male, then we are less masculine, then we like drop points in the great masculinity hierarchy or race. And it's hugely detrimental. I remember in a group of friends, the first time someone said, actually, guys, I'm not feeling well. I'm seeing a psychologist currently. 5 other people were like, oh my God, me too. Do you have anyone you can recommend? I really want to know someone. As soon as someone opened it up, it was the best conversation of the year. But we don't open up. Like, that is not a conversation we're used to having because we're taught not to. Like, boys don't cry. We go out and kill shit.
Yes, Jannica.
And I'm thinking here again about fathering. Like, if you're in a couple and who's going to talk to my kid tonight about what happened at school today, you should share that parental responsibility for talking to your boys when you're a father as well. And do we share it 50-50, or does a mother take more of that role? And if that happens in my home with my kids, maybe I should think about how the father should have just a big of a role and being a role model.
We're almost coming to an end in our conversation, but I would like to have still this kind of final round from all of you from your own perspective, now that we've been talking about gender-based hate and violence, specifically online, and the role of men and prevention. From your perspective, what would be sort of one key element that you would like to raise and see in the future? Some kind of action, a statement made, new kind of services, whatever you see that you want to bring up now. Whoever feels is ready can start. I know it's a big question, but it can be something that's on your mind today, in this moment. One issue, one theme, one action that you see is important and crucial. Christian first, and then Anna.
I think one way to quite literally save a generation of men is to, if we all just promise each other that this weekend we will ask one of our friends, how are you? And when they say fine, we ask them again, like, how are you really? Like, tell me something about it. It's a simple favor. I think it can be passed on, and I think everybody would benefit from it.
Wonderful, thank you. And then Anna.
I would like to see a lot more of sort of life skill training and violence prevention happening in all the schools in Sweden. Sort of systematic and all the time, and as a part of the curriculum, not something that you do once on a theme day on gender equality or something. I would really like to see it embedded into the doing of the school. I think we have a wonderful opportunity to reach all the youth there, all the children and youth, and we should just use that possibility more.
Definitely, thank you. Then Nitin. Do you want to go next?
Yeah, I can go next. I think in short, I would say that what I would like to see is that men get into places that make them feel uncomfortable, maybe, because in that zone, you need to go out of your comfort zone also in the society that really have rigid notions on how to be men. And exactly asking that and perhaps saying something else than fine to question how am I, actually going deeper, and that might make you feel uncomfortable, but you will learn a lot from them. And also this also applies, in context of intervening when you see something bad happening. It might make you feel uncomfortable, but that's some zone that we need to enter in order to change.
Great, thank you. And then Jannike.
I was going to copy Anna, but I'll just make another one and say that we also have to listen. We have to listen to all men, also the ones who are hateful and aggressive, and ask them as well, because their voice is also important in understanding what to do.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. The clock is looking 15:43 Finnish time, and that means that we have to end our discussion. Thank you so much to all of our panelists. Thank you for joining. Thank you for sharing all of your knowledge and information. And thank you for the amazing work that you've been doing and continue to do in service of all of us. So thank you very much. And this is also the end of our day one of the conference, but this is not everything. We will continue tomorrow morning sharply, 10 o'clock Finnish time. And some practical information, you can use the same link as you were using also today to join the conference. And we will start at 10 o'clock Finnish time. We have a full, very interesting program also for tomorrow. One more time, thank you for joining us today, and I hope to see you again tomorrow. Thank you very much.